what you've done for the past 2 weeks straight. The word leaves a bitter taste in your mouth, a sour taste, rising like the bile in the back of your throat. Exhaustion marks every inch of your body, every bone in your body. More than physical, it's become your state of mind. One thing you've learned in these past 2 weeks is your limits. And that even when thrust into the bowels of hell, there is only ever one way, forward. You take solace in this fact, as the ground grows steeper and the woods thicker. As you begin to look for a place offering at least some shelter to rest, you notice tracks, animal tracks. That means game, food, exactly what you're missing. And of course, water.
Mm. Ooh. Very pretty.
And I would like everyone to roll initiative for this one.
Oh. Initiative, you say?
Six.
Beggar, I don't remember. Did we decide that I have a point of exhaustion from not sleeping?
How long had you been awake?
3 days?
I'd say so, yes. You would have a level.
Okay. That's what I meant, sorry.
And then please also give me perception rolls.
God math.
16.
25.
24.
11. 10.
So those above a 15, you'll see 1, 2, 3. Those of you above 20, you also see that through the woods you can see a fourth. I'll just arrange them how they are.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna...
You know that these deer will bolt as soon as they hear so much as a crack of a branch.
I'm standing very still.
Yeah, I stretch my arms out to show the others to stop. And put my finger to my lips.
You'll freeze.
I should have preloaded on Alavan, huh?
Got him.
I
He
still
strikes
have
again.
no idea what this is.
Being really but scare
Try
the
it.
deer away.
Well, I'll just stay back here then.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I can move.
Why not?
I'm very clanky.
Hey, Alavan, you wanna try disconnecting and reconnecting?
I mean, I don't wanna, but I will. Maybe.
Oh, look at that music. It's so nice.
Mm.
Don't taunt him.
Whoa, it's called night hunting.
Let me actually... Don't read the rest of these.
Okay.
Alright, I'm not looking.
I'm preloading. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I wanna see if I preload and then Alavan comes in, if it's fine.
So, just tell me when I should rejoin.
Some of these you might not even get to, but in case you do, because you'll make some choices.
Yes.
Mm. Choices.
A magic missile, gentlemen, ladies.
Wow.
Okay, try reconnecting.
Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. Death, death, death.
Sounds like a good death metal song.
No one's casting spells.
Now it works. I just... Okay. So, yeah. Now, at least now we kind of know how to fix it. Okay. It is Kara's turn, I believe. Man, all of you rolled pretty low,
For me to be first.
right?
Yeah, that means something.
Well, I'm not the sneakiest, so I'm not sure if I should be involved.
Bringing down one deer would certainly be a win, but obviously, the more you kill, the better off you'd be with food.
Where, right.
The deer closest to your group at the river is currently head down drinking.
I mean, I can shoot it with an Eldritch Blast. I don't even have a bow.
Yeah, I mean, if you miss though, all of them will leave. And an Eldritch Blast itself is not particularly quiet.
Yeah, it's probably not. I will... One second. Oh wait, also we can't cast spells, right?
Right.
Probably a bad idea.
Yeah. I'll just try to sneak closer, I guess.
Soleil,
Mm-hmm.
your turn.
I would like to use my feline agility. Double my speed. I would like to make it 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 to here.
Give me a stealth roll, please.
12?
As you leap the distance from the stem of the tree up to the trunk, you notice that the deer suddenly looks up, as if it had heard something. It has not seen you, but it seems to be aware.
From where I am, can I see all the deer? Or is like there is too much green going on?
You can see the two deer on the right. The left one is lightly obscured. You can kind of make out its shape through the bushes. The one on the right is now out of view.
Should I try something or should I wait for the others to move up a bit? That is the question.
You can hold an action until someone else shoots.
Yeah, well, would waste a little bit of my things, but I can't, yeah, one action is still 2 attacks for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was thinking about, I don't know how much these deer can handle damage-wise. Because I was thinking, like, using an action surge to let me do 4 attacks and basically just snipe all of them. But I have no idea how much health they have. The worst case, they have like way too much for me to kill them, and then yeah, they all run away. So
I mean, in reality, if you hit one, there would be a trail that we could then track.
If you hit it right.
Yeah.
that's the
So even
Remember,
if
you're
it,
not hunting with guns. You have to either puncture deep enough with an arrow to actually have it bleed out, which, tracking after a deer that's only bleeding, could take quite a bit of time.
that is very true.
I will hold my action.
Otherwise, you'd have to hit a vital organ.
So I feel like it would be too easy, probably. I don't think it will work. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm gonna stay quiet, hold my attack on this furthest deer, because that's still in range for me, for my bow. And that's my turn.
When you hold an action, do you get both attacks?
I mean, it's one action, my 2 attacks. I don't know.
I think so. They both account for just one action, so.
That's the way I've usually seen it.
Either way, for now it is Evelyn's turn.
Can we see? Well, I can't see anything. I rolled a 10 on perception. I'm just gonna try and very quietly. Is this like a bush right here?
Yes.
I'm just gonna try and move up quietly towards the bush and kind of duck under there.
Do you enter the bush or do you duck behind it?
I'm just ducking behind it. I guess I'll ready an action to shoot a crossbow at one of the deer if people start shooting.
Okay. Red.
First question: does this count as combat?
I'm gonna say no.
Oh, thank
Oh, thank you, benevolent DM.
I thought that Soleil and Evelyn have bows, because I've seen them use them. I don't think either of these two do, to my knowledge.
I do not have a bow.
So, I'm going to attempt to sneak up to here. Also, kind of down behind that bush.
Mm-hmm. Farah.
And then whisper some
Oh, sorry.
inspiring tips on hunting. Very quietly.
Gotta aim for the layering.
The wind's coming from over there. So you have an inspiration.
Hunting is like science.
Inspiring tips.
That is related to science.
And,
What is your inspiration die right now?
It is a D8, I believe.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
I do nothing.
That was the quickest turn I've ever heard.
I'm too afraid to move.
For the record, wind's coming this way.
Which way?
Oh, yeah.
Downriver, basically.
Oh, nice.
I just stand
That's
still and
actually
twiddle
pretty
my
good
thumb.
for us.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, apparently you do not get extra attack, because extra attack stays on your turn.
Ah, good to know.
Supposedly.
Okay.
It is your turn, Kara.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything either. Other than like throwing my longsword, there's just nothing I can do.
I wanna see someone hunt a deer by throwing a sword at them. Amazing.
Yeah.
Soleil.
Mm-hmm. I want to further move along this tree. To here.
Give me a stealth roll.
Please be better. It is indeed a 25.
You make sure, as you hurry along the trunk of the tree, to stay somewhat hidden by staying on the left side of the trunk. Doesn't seem for now that they've noticed you.
So yeah, I guess since the others are doing the waiting game, I guess I can as well start it.
I mean, you can just shoot the one deer 4 times. Make sure we get one.
Yeah, that's also kind of boring, you know. But you guys readied your attacks.
You guys.
I think it was just me.
You mean
Yeah. You won, guys.
I'm probably just. Okay, I will look back to the others and hope they see me and use one hand to slowly count down to 5. And that's my turn. So they know that I'm gonna attack next time.
Bad news. You rolled 25 on stealth.
Give me perception rolls, everyone.
It's night, it's a black cat. No.
11.
27.
10.
Red?
I with a 7.
Okay. Well, then Thava is the only one. You see, or you understand what the signing is supposed to be. Everyone else, you did follow Soleil with your eyes. As he sort of, moves into the shadow of the fallen over crown of the tree. And you see him hold his hand up, but it's too dark to see. You barely make out what he's doing. He seems to be signaling something. The number of deer, perhaps?
I'm probably too far away to whisper, huh?
You could whisper loudly, but... Evelyn, it's your turn.
They're really only ones even close to being somewhat in range for me. These are like thick trees up here? Or bushes?
These are trees.
I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and throw my grappling hook up into this tree. To swing up into it. I'm gonna try and look for a spot that I don't have too much leaf cover. Or like if there's a branch, I guess, that I can see that doesn't have too much leaf cover to get to, so it doesn't make a bunch of noise, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And
In
I'll...
that case, give me a stealth roll.
Okay.
Nice.
Wow. That was a disadvantage. But that's a 22.
Okay.
Oh.
Soleil, you hear the pfft of gas being released, and then the zzz as Evelyn zips across into the tree. You watch the deer closely, and all of them look up and into the direction of your friends. They are on high alert.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Red.
I'm gonna start sneaking up this way. To
Please
right.
give me a stealth roll.
Of course. $14.
14. You move slowly, but even still, the deer are on high alert. You almost kick the branch as you climb up it, and you almost yell out, but you keep quiet.
And then I'm gonna mount up on my broom of flying and get ready to charge.
Love it.
Are you holding an action?
I'm in holding my action to dash with my broom of flying toward the nearest deer with my rapier.
Okay. Okay, let me quickly read that one something. Okay.
I think I can get there if I count right, maybe?
Thava.
I do nothing.
I'm sorry.
Kara.
I'm gonna make fake signs at Thava. Pretending I'm signaling something important.
Roll deception, please.
Deception. 13.
Thava, you see Kara signaling at you. You're pretty sure she's telling you to get on a horse?
I think that would be the right path here.
I'll signal random stuff to her as well.
Roll me a deception roll.
$15.
Kara, it seems like Thava, after you signaling her, is starting to prepare some sort of arcane ritual.
Oh, thumbs up.
2 thumbs up, dude. That's hard.
The 3 deer at the front do not move. They still seem on high alert, looking around. Soleil.
Mm-hmm. How does this look? Does it look possible to, like, get through here without making too much noise?
It would certainly be difficult. You could climb through the thicket of branches, but there is definitely a chance that the thinner ones could break. You could fall or rustle the leaves. Especially this close to the deer could be dangerous.
I think I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna use my action surge to get one more action. And I'm gonna shoot twice at the deer in the back and twice at the other deer that's further away from the others. So first the 2 attacks on the deer in the back. That's 22 and 20 to hit.
Both of those hit.
And for our damage I'm gonna roll the other 2 hits real quick. That's a 22 and then 16 to hit.
Those were on the two different, right?
Yeah, the first one was for the one in the back, and the furthest back. The other one was on this one. So yeah, 2 arrows each. So let's see. The first one. Did both hit?
Mm-hmm.
So that is 23 damage on the first one. And 18 damage on the second one.
Wait, oh, those second ones were... What was the other two
This was the
attack rolls?
This was a 16 and a 22
Which one was the 16?
on this one.
This one was 16.
This
one misses.
Oh, then I rolled only 1 damage thing.
Either way, you damage, you know, from it.
Okay, and it's just 10 damage. But yeah, the other one took like 22 damage and this one takes 10 damage.
Red.
And then I'm also gonna move 10, 20, 30 because it doesn't matter anymore.
I think it's on dice anyways, hold on. Yes. Red.
Turns out I only get to here.
Did anyone else hold an action?
I had to use my attack to get up in the tree.
It is your turn though.
Oh, it's my turn now?
Yes.
I'm gonna try and take 2 shots at this deer here. That's only a 12 to hit.
That misses.
And 13.
Also misses.
You can add the inspiration to.
Oh, right. I will add the inspiration to my second one, turning it to a 17.
Nice.
Still misses.
Okay.
Ooh. What are those deer?
Are there enough branches here for me to be able to move a little bit forward in this tree?
Yeah.
Just walk, like kind of crawling around. Like there. And that's my turn.
Red.
Now we're coming in. I don't think I can actually get there. I have 50. I guess I'm coming in here. And I take 2 pokes
Pokety poke.
with a rapier off the side like an absolute mad. This poor deer.
What does that deer do to you?
So one's just gonna miss. The other one is a 23.
That hits.
Okay. That's gonna be 10 damage.
Thava.
And then I'll bonus action combat inspiration Soleil. And done.
I'll just kind of lean over to the side and try to watch what's happening.
Okay, Kara, is there anything you do?
I'll cheer for the others without making noise.
Without making noise. What kind of cheer is that?
Even you kind of see it from your perch that suddenly Kara's just doing sort of air punches and
It's encouraging.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, dash 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
I hate pollen.
Slay.
Mm-hmm. 10, 20, 30. How far is it away? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Close enough. Let's go. Double shot. Terrible. Too far away. Just like 12 and 13 or something.
Both of those miss. Is that your turn?
Yeah, I don't think I could do anything else.
Evelyn.
Right. Okay. There's like bushes and stuff right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to throw my grappling hook down to the ground over there. And go across onto the bushes. Move forward. And 20 and use my second attack to try and shoot that one. Still at disadvantage. Not gonna hit. That's another 13.
That misses. I've seen 2 20s go to waste.
I know. Well, it's at my disadvantage range because it's over 80. So it's fine. You know, it's okay. Gonna cry over here. That's my turn.
So I want to move up to here. Right beside Soleil, and then like hop off my broom, indicating that he can get on it, if you would like to. So I'm like holding it ready for him, and I'm like gonna like give it a slap and send it after the deer once it's on it. And I'll just like hold my action to kind of direct it toward the deer, since it seems like you can do that with a command.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yes.
You hear the whoosh as it jumps into the thicket, and you completely lose sight. And you're out of initiative.
I will jump on the broom.
I give it a slap. It goes 50 feet.
Oh boy.
So you're like up here. Oh, I'm not on it. You can't go that far with me on it.
Oh, just for me.
It's just you.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna fly after it for a while to see if I can find any trace of it.
Can he control the broom?
I don't
Doesn't
actually
require
think
attunement.
so.
Yeah, I
Can
guess I'm gonna
you?
jump off it.
So just
then,
going
then
straight?
He should be able to control it. It doesn't require attunement. If he knows the command word, technically,
Yeah,
I guess.
that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm gonna just follow and see what.
Give me a perception roll.
21.
You fly into the thicket, and you hear branches around you. You fly, and you look for that deer, but you cannot see it.
Fucking ninja deer. Okay, sadly I will return to the group. Still not too bad.
Oh no, it's something to help out.
Can I see that everything stopped?
Yeah.
All over. Kara, looks like we got 3 deer.
That's great.
Sploosh.
I'm
Bang,
gonna
bang.
start gutting the first one.
You could have walked across the tree. You instead chose, I'm gonna wade across the water.
Tell me about
You
that.
know, that's fine.
No, honestly, the water feels kind of nice.
It's
Are
pretty
there
Cold though.
fish in the water?
You don't see any, but you are quite thirsty.
Should we drink this random water that we came across? That's totally not poisoned.
It's serving waters, which is always good.
I'll stick my head underwater and look for fish.
Give me a perception roll.
It's the blue one. Oh, that's 7. That is a 15.
There doesn't seem to be any fish.
Oh, wait. I'm exhausted. Hold on. Yeah, it's 15.
You see even less fish now.
There is no fish. My head's still underwater when I say that.
Beggar, am I able to use any of my alchemy or artificer tools to try and test the water to see if it's safe?
I start
Generally safe? Well,
You could do a visual examination by taking some into, like, a small
little test
small
tubes or something like
glass,
that.
a small test tube or so, but a sort of chemical analysis would take a little bit more time.
At least like a cursory kind of like, is there any like big red flags kind of a thing? I guess would be mostly just
As
taking
you
the test tube and
examine
looking
it,
at it.
you don't really see any parasites or anything in there except a few bubbles. It seems to be just clear running water.
That's better than nothing, I would assume. Go ahead and taste it. Does it taste anything alarming from just the taste of it?
Not that you could tell.
But we're gonna need something, so we might as well grab what we can in whatever means we have. Would that just be filling our
Refilling the barrels.
yeah, would that be just like kind of filling in like our words are hard, man. Like our water skin.
So-
There we go. Thank you.
You don't particularly have any great ways of food preservation. And hauling an entire deer carcass
Right.
further. Since you have gotten 3 out of the 4 deer, you could instead choose to have a feast. Which would mean that the next food you would need would be in 3 days. Same with water.
I'd say we need to fire either way. Not just eat raw meat. Probably boil some water.
That's fair. Let's make use of what we've got.
Hmm.
Two things, Beggar.
Yes.
Does any one of us have high enough passive perception to see the humongous frog on the stone down
Nope.
here? Okay. And second
Really?
of all,
Damn.
are these berries?
Indeed they are.
There we go,
Whoa.
guys. Okay, yeah, but I'm gutting that deer right now and skinning it and stuff. So I don't know how long that takes.
Same for this deer for me.
But afterwards, I would like to pick berries because they might be easier to carry and might even hold like a day or two longer than the meat. I don't know.
Can I look around on working on gathering wood so we can make a fire to cook the meat?
So
Yeah.
give me a quick survival check.
Mm-hmm. I have to see if the berries are poison.
I can just eat them.
Natural
fun.
20.
Whoa.
They're poisonous.
Okay. Okay, guys, don't eat the berries. They're poisonous. I've seen them. I've seen them before as a kid, and yeah, they. I have no idea what they do because Beggar didn't tell me, but they do bad stuff. I don't know if it's like just like you get the shits or if it's like killing you. I don't know. They are poisonous.
When you eat them, you would get the you'd make a con save, but you would get the poisonous, a poisoned status effect.
Okay.
Oh no.
Was worth a try.
Can I gather a handful of them for fun?
Sure.
I mean, take
Okay.
some with you. We
I
can
mean-
poison someone else.
Right.
Okay, so you decide to do a long rest?
No, I'm not sleeping. As long as I can.
I'm pretty sure we're doing the feast, right? Because there's too
Yeah.
much meat
Yeah.
to do anyway. So. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I figure you boil any water that you don't know. Just in general.
Yeah,
I mean, it would
so
cost you supplies anyway to make
alright.
campfire. So,
I mean, isn't there enough, like, wood lying around here and stuff to gather it?
Yeah, you can start a fire with just wood.
I mean, supplies is also fire starter and that stuff.
I can just rub some sticks together.
Okay, do you wanna do that?
Sure, I'll try it.
Give me a survival check.
In the meantime,
Easy.
I'm pulling the pork.
Oh wait, I have disadvantage.
Yeah.
So that is a 2. Okay, so 2 plus 5 is 7.
It's just not starting. You're not quite sure if the wood's possibly too wet. It is kind of cold, and there's a sort of thin mist collecting.
Okay,
How
instead
do
of
we,
using
how do
supplies,
we
can
have
I
a
use my
group without
tinder
a fire
box?
spell?
Come again?
Instead of using supplies, can I use my tinder box?
It's part of your supplies.
Ah,
We like rolled all the stuff in our inventory and food into.
Right.
Yeah.
hmm.
So all of the supplies that we'd be
Mhm.
able to are part of that box.
I say we just use supplies and eat up.
Might as well.
Okay, so a long rest. While you do that, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
What? Oh, rest. I can
I haven't eaten in like 2 days. It's delicious.
Get out of here, exhaustion. I don't want you.
I think we removed 2.
I only had 1.
I think I'm doing a short rest.
Sure.
1.
By the way, does
I
anyone
hate-
want that fire dagger that I used so far? Because I got a better one.
Oh,
You're telling me we could have just lit the
Just
fire by
cut.
attacking
No,
it?
no. I'm pretty sure you could have just
Attack the
cut
wood.
the meat and it would have burnt and cooked it.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Wow, we go.
I mean, we can still tell the beggar that. I'm gonna use the fucking kitchen dagger.
Because the deer that you butchered would literally be cooked then.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Freya,
it does.
I'm giving you back the gauntlets you found.
We wouldn't be able to boil the water.
No.
Hmm.
It's fine.
We
For
don't need to
the
boil the
day's travel, please add 2 exhaustion points. And then remove the ones for the long rest.
water. There was 3 removed, right? For the long rest.
Yeah.
I just so you know, Beggar, I'm saying up again so I don't explode.
Mm-hmm.
Well, beggar, we were just wondering. We have that knife, that kitchen knife that cooks food immediately by cutting it out.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna do that.
Okay.
So we don't need to start a fire, right?
Unless you don't want to boil the water.
Do we want to boil the water?
Yes.
Okay,
wanna
boil
I tried.
I think you also need the to be able to get the long rest, the supplies. So
Do I feel sick from drinking the river water by itself?
I think either way we would have used the supplies.
I want to attack the firewood to see if it starts burning with the knife because it does fire damage. Just kidding.
I mean, you can try.
I will try. Sure, it's a magical item. What can go wrong? I'm just gonna stab the firewood.
You stab the wood, and you can tell that it's heating, but it doesn't seem to catch fire.
It was worth a try.
Maybe you just need to hit the
Okay,
target.
fine. I give up. I want to prepare the meat for... I'm gonna eat the meat, because we're already past that point. I'm gonna eat all 3 deers by myself.
You move a little bit out of the way, where the trees provide a little bit more shelter. And you have your feast, and subsequently a long rest. Evelyn, do you keep watch?
Yes, I will try and keep watch and randomly poke myself with a crossbow bolt to help me stay awake.
Give me
Oh.
a con save, please.
I'll also help keep watch.
That would be a 15.
You gain another level of exhaustion.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh.
In the morning, as the sun rises, both Evelyn and Thava, please give me a perception roll.
That's the third frickin' 20. That I can't use. Okay. It's a 9.
Thava?
Dirty 20.
You don't notice anything, Evelyn. The sun is slowly rising, and it's almost time for the rest of them to wake up and for you guys to keep going. However, Thava, you notice something in the middle of the clearing. It wasn't quite visible at night when you went down to rest. But there's a pretty big looking mushroom in the middle of this clearing. Its stem is roughly the width of your fist. It isn't huge, But curiously, every now and then there's a small puffs of spores from it.
Do I know what kind of mushroom it is?
You've never seen this kind of mushroom before?
If I woke everyone up, would their rest get interrupted or?
It's almost time for them to wake up.
Okay, I'm gonna go around and start waking everyone up. There's a strange mushroom. I don't think we should be here. It's doing weird puff thing.
Mushrooms.
Yes, get up. There's a weird mushroom over there.
Badger.
Oh, with
What?
the deer meat together, that might
Snake.
have been a good stew.
What are you guys Are you guys going crazy? Ah, it's the mushroom.
Mushroom?
Bad mushroom. So I guess after I wake everyone up,
Okay,
I'll
what now?
it's a weird mushroom over here. I'm gonna go look at it. Go to where the mushroom is. I'll give it a poke.
As you come close to the mushroom, you notice that there's something else weird about it. Every time there's this puff of spores, they sort of, waft away from the mushroom. But then there's a short period where they get sucked back. And as you get close, please give me another perception roll.
$14.
You hear something.
Excuse me, Mr. Mushroom. Um. Mr. Mushroom?
As the ground beneath you starts shaking, please everyone roll initiative.
No.
Well, that's better than last time.
Oh no, the relevant problem again.
Oh no.
Look, we can
Oh,
wait
man.
10 seconds, okay?
It isn't even loading, it's just sitting there on 0%.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's the firewall.
There we go.
Okay, this is back to normal.
Yeah, that's good because everyone else is rolling so high now.
Oh shit, hold on. Oh god.
What?
This. Oh god.
Oh no.
Oh, that is not a good mushroom.
Hello, Mr.
Oh, that is
Mushroom.
a big
Do
mushroom.
you see there's people there too, the size of that freaking thing?
Mhm.
And you're just like, hello,
Oh,
Mr.
God.
Mushroom.
I didn't think it was that big.
Hello, Mr. Mushroom.
You start
man.
tumbling sideways. As this little hill just burrows itself out of the ground.
It isn't a good mushroom.
Holy!
It
I
is a
regret
pretty
my
big
life
mushroom.
choices. I thought it was a good mushroom.
I wish I could cast spells.
I think today might be an exception.
I think they might.
Let's see. Oh boy.
It's gonna eat me.
Yep.
It's gonna spit me out because it tastes like rotten meat. Or just cold meat with no flavor.
Soleil,
Mm-hmm.
you go first.
10, 20,
It rolled a G.
30. Is this already in range? It is, because I have a whip now.
Oh my
But
God.
is
It
it
is.
is it
Yes.
it is normally 2, right? Yeah, sure. I'm still gonna go in because I want to use my dagger too. I'm just gonna go for 3 attacks at this thing.
Should we try to run away?
But we
Let's
have to save
see.
those people there. That
Yeah.
wizard and that Thorson.
Are they actually there?
No, they're not.
That is a natural 1, another natural
Oh
1,
no.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
and let me see what's the last one. It's a
Good
plus
thing you're
9.
attacking with a magical weapon that can't break.
Yeah, 16.
oh.
So the dagger hits for hits maybe for 16.
Your other attack is with a rapier, right?
No, a whip now.
Whip, okay. It's really tough to keep a grip on the whip as you start slamming it into the side of this creature. And as you hit the second time, you lose your grip of it. And it sort of just falls to the ground in front of you. You quickly follow up with another dagger slice. And what was that dagger? To hit?
16.
And it's not hit.
Mhm.
You slice across its hide, but all you cut is mud and earth and grass.
Some of that dang
Okay.
grass.
I still have to get used to my whip. Sorry, guys.
Do we want to try to run away?
Probably.
Okay.
Notice not to.
Will it let us?
I'm gonna cast a spell. I'm gonna try to cast banishment. 16 charisma save.
First, give me an Arcana check, please.
Okay, that's
What level of spell is that?
pure.
4. So the DC
Oh.
is 16.
Okay, that's my turn.
Did it fail?
Yep.
No, it didn't work.
Are there any dark swirlies?
Nope.
Okay.
Quickly checks encounter calculator whether or not I have just killed you guys.
Wow.
Ah, we're fine.
Are we?
Okay. Well, it is, yeah, it's Avon's son.
Well, I can't use magic, so I'll just want to get away from this thing as much as possible, but what range am I already at? Yeah, I'm just going to move back here. 5, 10, 15, 20. And take 2 shots with my crossbow. That's a 25 and a 21.
Both of those hit.
That's between the both of them. That is 18 piercing damage.
Non-magical, right?
Non-magical. And that's my turn.
Okay. Both of your arrows strike home, not in its hide, but in its mouth. It doesn't do quite as much damage as you'd hoped it would, but you've definitely caused damage as it begins bleeding from its mouth. Red.
Look at Evelyn. Magic or no magic?
It's your call at this point. I'm trying to avoid it, but by all means, go for it.
Okay. I'll hop on my broom. Number one. Move up here. Beside Soleil. And I'm going to try to cast a spell. 4th level spell. It's an Arcana check.
Mm-hmm.
DC 16.
Come on, baby!
I believe.
No!
Oh.
It fails.
Oh, so close.
Does he have an Arcana multiplayer even? Red?
No, I do not. However,
Okay, not that close then.
you do get Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
You can do it! We believe in you. You're our only hope, to be honest.
By the way, I'm so close. I'm so happy that your Bardic Inspiration is in the notes. I can always...
Mhm.
I always open them again and again. Okay.
So,
You see this fan of tongues unfurled from the creature's mouth. 6 of them, in fact. And it attacks with those 3 times. Attacking each of you once.
Those 3 that are up here.
It's an 11 to hit. So let's start with Fava on the left.
11
What is an
damage.
11 to hit?
Haha!
That would be a 12, but since it's a
Oh,
1,
plus 11. God damn.
it fails.
Haha.
You feel the tongue wrap around your leg, but it loses its grip. You simply pull back your leg, and you slip out. Soleil.
Oh,
Oof.
That's 29.
Yeah, even Bardic
Hit.
Inspiration doesn't get me out of that, so I'm not gonna use that.
And on a red. That is a 28 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. You are... Both of you are grappled. The escape DC is 18.
Oh god.
Strength?
You take some damage at the start of your turn. However, you take damage from the tongue immediately. Instead, it reels you closer and makes 1 bite attack. And since Soleil is closer, it is going to bite at Soleil.
Hmm.
If the target is grappled... Oh,
Just swallow me, baby.
well, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, I knew it.
It still needs to hit you, but it's got an 11 to hit. Let's see if it misses.
Oh no.
jeez.
Yeah, that's a 25.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You see Soleil getting pulled into the creature's maw. And then he's just gone.
Well then. Guess
We're
it.
dead.
Got rid of the running option.
I need to read through it. This attack is like 3 paragraphs long. Give me a second.
Oh my gosh.
We're dead.
We're definitely dead.
Can't use
Did you
magic.
did you
Can't use
did you
spell.
calculate in your battle calculations that magic is not that of big of an option in this fight?
Hey, I'm as good as like a level 2 in this fight.
I have a +0 to Arcana. I'm not casting anything.
Yep, same.
Can't heal nobody.
Okay.
No healing.
And yeah, that is its turn. Kara.
Yes, I will run up to it and hit at it twice with my sword.
That hits.
That's a 26. And the second one is a 20.
That hits.
We're not dead.
Uh, that's 12 plus 6 plus 6. 24 damage. If I smite, is that magic?
Well, you don't cast a spell when you smite, so I don't know.
No,
Nope.
but I use a spell slot.
It may still have an effect, but I mean, you can only try, right?
Yeah, I'll smite. Yeah. So that's an extra. $14 damage. Radiant damage.
So how much in total?
38.
Damn.
There we go.
You
20.
hit it inside and you hear just
Are you just making a noise into a Pringles can?
maybe. Are you judging?
No.
No, it's amazing.
How close was I?
It's not a Pringles can.
Oh,
I don't like Pringles.
That would
Anyway.
be for effort.
As your hit connects, you see just light streaking out from it. And you see a good portion of the mud, dirt, and grass off of its hide just crumble away. Is that your turn?
Good. Yes. Yes.
Starts taking damage at the start of each of the okay. So it is Soleil's turn again.
Do I take damage at the beginning of my turn or something like that?
Not at the beginning of yours.
Okay.
You are currently, I believe, blinded and restrained.
So I can't even attack?
I believe you can't. move it.
Restrained
You
attacks
at
are disadvantaged.
I mean, to get out of this I probably need strength, right? What was the saving throw? The 18? Or was that?
That is
something?
for the grapple. You are swallowed.
Also, I'm not grappled anymore. Okay.
You're not grappled, you're restrained by, the constricting
Yeah, but
stomach.
that just
around
means
you.
there's nothing to break out of.
No.
That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna attack. Just because one of my weapons is still lying outside at the feet of this monster, and I'm inside. I'm gonna use the normal rapier +1, I guess, instead. Or I'm gonna try to reach for it at least. I don't know if I can get to it. It's on my on my side, and I'm just gonna do 2 of those and the dagger.
Remember to roll them with disadvantage.
I will. The longbow is actually the rapier, by the way. Wow, I'm rolling shite. That's at least a... One is a good one, it's a 24. And the others are...
Disadvantage.
Oh yeah. So, rolling again, the longbow 1 was a good one. So, okay, the longbow 1 is still the 24.
Yeah, one of
And
your attacks hits.
the others fail. So that is at least a little bit of damage. That is 7 plus 5. I think.
7.
No, 7 plus 6. So 13. Magical. Because +1.
You start slicing at the stomach, and you are doing something. There are spurts of blood as the acid around you boils. But that clearly was not enough. Thava.
Do I still get my divine strike? With the
What's
magic
divine
stuff?
strength do?
It's just once a turn I can add a d8 radiant damage to an attack.
Do you need to expend a spell slot for that?
Nope.
Then you can use it.
Cool. I will take a swing with my Longo Swordo. That's a 15 plus 7 hit. So 22.
That hits.
So it's 2d6. Eight. 12 plus 4. 16 damage.
Another good hit to the side of the creature. Almost said its name.
Wow.
Mm.
Well,
Mushroom
its name
man.
is
I don't
Mr.
think
Mushroom.
I could actually say the name, even if I read it. Oh, yeah, never mind.
It's Gorthax.
No, it's actually I might just. It's a Kodumodumo.
Of course.
That sounded like the deep speech. Like,
Yeah.
like.
That sounded like Cthulhu stuff.
Anyway, is that your turn,
Yep, that's all I can do.
Evelyn?
Oh.
It's an action, it's an action, it's an action. Yeah, I can't.
It's not looking massively injured or anything like that, right?
Nope.
I'm gonna throw a firebolt at it with my blasting rod. Is that an Arcana check?
Are you casting it, or is it like charged into it?
It's technically... what do they say on the blast rod? The way that it works, how it's worded, is that... I get to... 360. Blasting rod, which under... It's the description of the blasting rod is that it's essentially infused with power. You originally, when creating it, you touched a non-magical wand, blank, staff, or rod, infusing it with the ability to cast a cantrip, and then it casts. It can cast one of the wizard spell list spells as part of the rod that's
I'd say
infused.
you wouldn't need to make an Arcana check then.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Then I will try and attack it with that. Say 17 to hit.
That does not hit.
Okay.
The flame scorches a couple of blades of grass on its thick hide, and it's not enough to pierce.
Okay, that's my turn.
Red. First of all, you take 7 piercing damage from the barbs of the tongue.
Let go of me! I'll attack the tongue.
Okay.
Ooh. So one is a 24, the other is a 26, natural 20.
20 hits. Crit hits anyways. As well.
Okay, let me grab that. Not you, you. Okay. So 20 damage on the crit.
You attack the tongue, and the tongue rips.
Okay.
You have destroyed one of its tongues. The creature itself doesn't seem to be particularly bothered by that, however.
Okay.
But you are free.
So would my second attack have gone into the creature then, perhaps?
If the first one destroys it and you choose to attack the creature afterwards, then yes.
I do then. So I'll just say that was the lower, the 24s was still hit though.
What damage was the second attack?
It would be 11.
Okay.
And then bonus action, combat inspiration to Kara. And I'm done.
And it is its turn. So first things first. Soleil takes acid damage.
Yummy.
Yummy. Well, don't drink it. It's bad.
We should boil it first.
Yeah, then you can drink it.
You take 25 acid damage.
Oh!
Can I? No. Really quick.
Harriet.
Harry, the acid damage.
Yeah, I was thinking, but it doesn't count as a melee attack, I guess. So I'm gonna
Nope.
take 25.
Oof.
And then it lashes out with 3 of its tongues, attacking all 3 that are standing right in front of it, starting with Kara.
That was good.
That is a 15 to hit.
That misses.
Lucky you.
Nice.
13, Thava.
Here it comes.
And on Rat, a dirty 20.
Yeah.
That means you are grappled. And seeing as you are already this close to the creature,
baby.
as it reels
Oh
you, it makes its bite attack at you. is 25. So you get swallowed.
Hey, buddy, missed ya.
Blah, 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 blah. It stinks in here.
I just realized something, but you know what? It's fine. You know what? It's fine.
What, like
Okay.
the other 20 things it can do to kill us?
No, it's just don't.
Just
it just
5
it's
more
fine.
things.
Mm-hmm.
And that means it's Kara's turn.
Are both of them swallowed now?
Mm-hmm.
Can I yell out to them and see if they can still hear me? Before,
Could try.
yes, I will try.
Can we hear her?
And what do you yell?
Shall I, Rat? Are you okay?
Give me a perception roll, Soleil and Red.
Okay. That's 13.
Red?
Red is ignoring you.
He might
He's
step
bad.
away.
Oh my god, he actually
He's
died.
doing it on purpose.
Oh, I'm on a roll for him then. You hear muffled sounds, Soleil. Just sort of from the outside. But you cannot understand any of those words.
Yeah, I'm not wasting my breath to answer something that I don't even know if it's meant for me. I'm just
That's not
focused on
great.
something else right now.
Well, I guess I'll just attack it twice. For, it has not damaged me, so that's a 15. That's a 7.
The AC is 18.
Can I use my bardic inspiration? That I add that to the attack.
Mhm.
I can add that to the attack, right?
I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Hey!
of course. Yeah, I think it's so 27. No.
Yeah.
And a smite. So that's uh 26 damage.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Starting to look bloodied.
Oof.
As a second heavy hit just blasts a hole in the hide on its side. Soleil.
I guess I'm just gonna keep struggling. With disadvantage. 10, 10, 10. Okay, I can remember. I can remember.
Are
those.
any of these 18?
Yes, there are 19. All
Okay.
of them.
Then this second roll will decide whether or not they hit or not.
Okay, so 2
Two
hits
attacks hit.
and 1 misses.
One sword and one dagger.
Because yeah, that's just a 17. That just no, it's less. Oh no, it's a 17. It's not enough. Okay, yeah, so 2 hit. the dagger and this thing. And you see, since the dagger is one of those special weapons, and I roll 2 2s, I can roll another d6. And I want. I guess it's a 6. Okay, yeah,
It's a 6.
it's a 6. Cool. So
You
in
wanted another
total,
2, I know you did.
yeah, I wanted to just keep rolling, you know.
But honestly, 6 is probably better, because on another 2 you roll another.
Yeah, I know it
might-
probably is, but still the excitement of rolling, you know. Okay, it's a 22 as damage.
22. Me make special note of that.
Whoa.
22 to stomach. Okay, Evelyn. Oh no, Thara.
Wow. Watching Red and Sully be swallowed, do I have a sense for how deep they are?
No.
Hmm.
Probably like somewhere in the middle of the creature. If you had to estimate where its stomach would be, but
Is its mouth just open?
not at the moment.
Oh. Damn. Wanted to jump in. I guess I'll just smack it. Let's go for a smack. Yep, that's not gonna hit. That is my turn.
Okay. Evelyn.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and hit it with another firebolt from my blasting rod. That is an 18. That's hitting it, I think. 2, 10. That is 10 fire damage.
I don't like how many d6s you're getting out there, beggar.
How many fire damage was that?
10?
Okay. It's looking pretty wounded. Rats.
I don't want to be in here. Can I feel Slay beside me?
You can tell that someone else is in there with you. You can feel them struggling and, stabbing and slicing.
I'm gonna reach out and try to grab him. And I'm gonna make an Arcana check. It's another 4th level spell.
Okay.
Come on.
Come on, baby.
Polymorph me into something huge.
Yeah, baby!
See.
Oh,
He's
nice.
not polymorph. Okay, question though. It swallowed me in the broom?
I mean, yeah.
Suddenly, 100 feet above the creature, Rat and Soleil in the broom appear. I cast Dimension Door.
Ooh.
Okay.
I was so disappointed.
Let me put away these dice.
Oh my god.
So we're just sitting somewhere up here, about 100 feet away.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
100 feet.
Yeah.
Just to the side or also up?
Directly up.
Directly up. Okay.
I just thought, out and up.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Soleil.
And he brushes off the fucking acid from wherever it is still.
Well, as you plummet 90 feet.
No.
We're on the broom.
We're on the broom.
Oh, right, on the broom. Okay, well, you are 100 feet up then.
Otherwise, the creature would just have looked up and just
Open. Thank you.
would have been able to pull all those D6s back out. Okay. That means you don't take any acid damage. Instead, then, it is going to bite at the two it cannot grapple. So, once at Kara. That is a 22.
Yep.
And a 16, Thava.
Nope.
So... Oops, that's D10s.
Oh god.
That is 23 plus 6. So
Ow.
you take 29 damage. Piercing. And that's its turn. So it is yours, Kara.
Yep. 2 more attacks. That's a 15.
Oh, what the fuck?
Great. 2 misses.
Have you ever considered deleting that die and making a new one?
Yeah, you should just put that one in the dice jail, to be honest.
No, he was rolling really well this session.
Soleil,
Mm-hmm.
your turn.
What the fuck?
Well then. I'm just gonna take my bow and just shoot this fucker. From high above, I guess. Yeah.
Wait, I used my bonus action to heal myself.
I guess one hits and one doesn't. Because one is a 17. Oh, only 16 even, and the other one is above 20. That is 8 piercing damage. Sadly non-magical, because my bow isn't magical. And I'm gonna use my bonus action to use some second wind. Just a little bit of healing. Oh, that's the perfect roll. And that's my turn.
Okay. Thava.
I smack him. Or attempt to, at least. Hey, 14 plus 7.
Yeah, it is.
20 wound. Oh. So 16 plus 4 is 20.
Okay.
That's my
It's
turn.
starting to look pretty injured at this point. Evelyn.
Guess I'm gonna try another firebolt. That's a 19 to hit. And that's 12 fire damage.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it. I don't want to move anywhere closer to that thing.
Rats.
I think that would guide us a little bit down.
How close?
I think we would be at 55 feet. Yes.
Above
so
the ground or
above
above
the
the
ground.
creature?
Above.
Okay.
And then I guess Kara's looking fairly injured, yeah?
I healed myself, so I'm okay. Still a bit hurt.
Yeah, I'll try a 3rd level spell.
Nice.
Oh. Well, is it a 16 DC for 3rd level spell?
No, it's a 17. It's always 20 minus the spell's level.
Oh, so it's get harder the lower the...
Mm-hmm.
Thought it was the other way around.
I quit. Okay. Bonus action combat inspiration to slay. Wait, did you use it already?
I still have it already. I haven't used it.
I think the range is 60. To Kara then, sure.
How many people can have combat inspiration?
I don't think there's a limit, right?
Don't see it.
I think it's just limited by his
But
inspiration.
yeah,
die.
you can only
I
use
have
it
I have
like,
one left
4 times.
after
so-
this. Yeah. That's it. So that one went to Kara.
Okay, well, it's going to do something a little bit different then.
runs
It
away.
notices that its belly is suddenly empty, but it's also really, really hurt. So, its tongue will lash out. One at Evelyn. One at Rat. And one at Soleil.
Oh, that is a range.
That is a 17, Evelyn.
That hits.
"13 on Red.
No.
"22 on Soleil.
I'm gonna try and use my combat inspiration. See if I can make my AC high enough. I can't, because that's 22 now as my AC.
Question.
I'm back.
Do you let go of the broom as this tongue wraps around you and pulls you down?
Who, me?
Yes.
Wait, first I have to read something really quick. The Bardic Inspiration, is that like a bonus action or is that just something I can use whenever?
Use it whenever.
Okay, because... Does this... Is this considered a melee attack?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, let me double check.
Because that is important.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna have to use my reaction to use my feat that I chose for level 8, which is Defensive Duelist. As a reaction, I can use my reaction to add my proficiency bonus to my AC if it's a melee attack. So 17 plus 3 is a 20, plus the Bardic Inspiration is a 25 for AC.
Okay. Yeah, you manage to slice the tip of the tongue off as it starts to wrap around you. Just in time. Thava and Kara, please give me a dexterity saving throw.
You get a +3.
Plus, I don't think that's gonna help. 12.
Dex 20.
Those are many dice.
Okay, if you saved, you take half damage. If you didn't, you take 33 blood damage.
Ah!
What's the save?
Oh, fuck.
Dexterity.
No, I mean, what's the DC?
Oh, it's an 18.
33, so 16?
Yes.
Yikes.
Kara, you manage to dodge out of the way. Thava, you are hit by a truck as this thing starts charging through the midst of you.
Opportunity attack?
I just imagine someone.
You failed the check, so you are prone. You can do an opportunity attack, but you would do so at disadvantage.
I'll do it. I mean, there's nothing else to do.
Just
I
imagine
can also-
Kara, you succeeded, so you can do it without disadvantage.
That's neat.
No, yeah.
And as the reel pulls 25 feet, regardless, it's running straight towards you, Evelyn. So,
Mhm.
let me check its speed. That's moved 25.
Oh, that's not
Yeah,
me.
so it wouldn't actually go past you.
Right.
But it does use its reel for 25 feet. Actually, it can't. So you are pulled close to it. And you are grappled.
Okay.
So that's it for now.
I assume that 27 hits.
That hits.
I'll smite again and do 20 damage.
As the mouth opens to swallow Evelyn, pulling her close with its tongue, you hit the side of it again, where you've hit already twice before, where a large scorch mark has burned through its armor and spread through its body. And as you hit again, a shudder goes through this hill of a creature, and it slams to the ground.
Yay!
You're out of initiative.
I'm gonna say lying down.
I'm just gonna. I'm just
Like
gonna
that guy.
talk to
Was that the
the
broom flying in?
Red
the
comes
broom, yeah.
dripping in. Are
While
you
we fly
alright?
there, Red, I'm just gonna say to you, well, that's way much more meat than we need right now.
Yeah.
Kara, I will have to give you my thanks there.
Oh, no worries. That's what we're trying to do.
Oh yeah, I run over and pick up my whip.
It's you dig a little bit to find it because there's this sort of furrow where it sort of crawled through the ground.
Mm-hmm.
There's this just field of rubble where it, pushed out of the ground. But you find your whip.
Cool.
Well, that was exciting. We're all in one piece then?
Barely.
Are we like camping still right next to that river we saw earlier?
The
Or
river
is
is
that-
close.
Okay. Because I want to dip in there just for a second to get rid of this stomach juices.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Does anyone need healing?
I'm fine.
I know, I'm good.
I'll be alright.
I could use some. I feel like I got hit by a truck, whatever that is.
Yes, I can give you up to 30 healing.
Oh, that's like how much I lost.
That-
How much am I being healed for?
30.
Oh. I'm right as rain now.
Goodness.
Oh, feels much better. Thank you.
You wanna know why I was sad when Red teleported out of there?
Because you're gonna be
Why?
like 66.
If he had done 8 more damage that turn, the creature would have had to make a con save, and if it had failed, I could have vomited you guys out. It would have been so funny.
Well,
But fair's fair. It's probably the best thing you could have done, because
Easily.
waiting for the regurgitation, you would have taken acid damage again.
Red, whatever you did back there, thank you.
Was impressive magic.
Yeah, we used. I alone used. I feel like I used quite a bit, to be honest.
Speaking of magic,
Something about that.
how many spell slots did each of you burn? And
1,
the levels, please.
4.
2/4, 2/3.
1 first, 2 second.
0.
0. No spell slots.
2/4, 2/3.
Pretty sure.
Okay, it'll go over anyways.
Oh, I could have turned
Yeah.
it to gas in there. God damn.
It's so close.
Could.
Okay.
God. I can't not do magic. It's so hard.
You still have the entire day ahead of you.
I'm
You
at
begin traveling.
half speed. If we are traveling.
We gotta try.
Do you do anything against
To-
that
to
half
be-
speed?
To be honest, everyone, can't you just hop on the broom with me at this point?
Yeah, I probably could.
Yeah, I think we can.
Be nice to
Simply couldn't.
catch my breath.
So I think we can move it the quicker speed.
Just don't take a nap.
The woods thicken. Even more trees reach taller and darker. The air grows significantly cooler. You travel up the slope for most of the day, though you grow tired quickly. The underbrush, the branches, bushes and roots would be enough to deal with on their own. But at the same time, every few steps you take takes the energy of a short sprint across a flat plain. Everyone, please give me a con save.
You'll
Since
get
you
plus
are-
3.
Since you are using
plus
the
3.
broom, you also get to roll with advantage.
All of us?
Yes. Since it's a group check, you get advantages and disadvantages as a group.
Dirty 20.
29.
Is it? I
18.
also had a 29.
Yeah, I had a nat 20.
Safe to say,
I
you
also had a
all
nat 20.
succeed. So you take 2 exhaustion points from the day's travel. You take a short rest, long rest.
We don't have the gear to take a long rest.
It has to be
You
short.
don't.
Short rest would be fine for me. I don't know about you guys.
Sure.
I'm at level 3 of exhaustion unless I...
Ooh. So, wait, are we doing long or short?
We can't do long.
We can't do it.
I don't have the
If-
spice for the long.
Beggar, if I get rid of an exhaustion point, and then I get another exhaustion point. That's a whole nother level, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh,
With you, however,
Yes.
during a short
Actually-
rest, you can actually take a long rest.
I know. I've been avoiding
Honestly,
it.
ma'am, you might as well. We use so much magic back there.
that's what
Yeah.
I can too.
Not
To
want
be
to sound
honest.
mean, but you look terrible right now, Evelyn.
No, you can't because you don't have supplies.
Uh,
Evelyn does not need supplies.
to be fair, I don't need anything.
Right, I guess it'll... Been like 4 days. I'll take a rest. I'll look around for some spot that maybe will help block some of the blow or move off someplace away from everyone else so they're not caught up in my fireball explosion. And I will lay down and go to sleep.
You blow up. Surprise.
Surprise!
The rest of you, even during your short rest, without the supplies to make a campfire, you are cold. Extremely cold. And after Evelyn explodes, you feel like you would need to move soon.
Can we get warmth from the explosions?
I wouldn't recommend it.
But I like the way you're thinking. Okay, I guess we get rid of one exhaustion point then, short rest.
Yes.
Yeah.
And can we roll hit dice?
Yeah, with the short rest. You can
Yeah.
extend your...
Okay. Has everyone rolled their hit dice as they wanted to?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
You've reached the forest at the edge of the vegetation line. Soon the vegetation will grow sparse, until the woodlands give way to slate-grey rock reaching all the way to the white crown of the mountaintop. Already the grass and bushes fade. Only hardy trees survive here. It becomes harder to breathe. The air grows thinner and you find yourself breathing deep, long breaths between every step you take. Please give me a Constitution saving throw.
Can I
The
use...
DC is 18.
Is it against the cold or for what is it? Because I would like to use like the deer hide to like make it a little bit less cold.
Everyone gets +3.
Yeah,
It's breathing.
do I get advantage?
Natural one.
25.
You just succeed.
Oh, okay.
22.
16.
If you have succeeded, please remember. The air grows so cold that frost covers the pines. A light snowfall, too weak to stick to the ground. But it slowly drifts down on you on your travel. And please give me a Constitution 18 saving throw. Those of you who succeeded the first one, your DC is 15. You can reduce this check with 1 supply.
The first one was DC 16, right?
Nat
Okay.
20.
The first one was DC 18.
Oh god,
Yes,
then I failed the
27.
first one.
It's 18 though.
If you didn't.
I did get an 18.
How about a natural one?
Oh, sorry, it's 15. I failed.
So we
I
could
believe
use.
you also all have +3 on this check as
Yes.
well.
Yes.
I succeed.
27.
Okay, so 3 of you succeed. That means you managed to
Oh, I
get
succeeded
through the
too.
code. Okay. That means you only take 2 exhaustion points from the day's travel.
I am now exhausted.
Same.
Oh, I stole the die instead of the exhaustion.
Mm. Oh, exhaustion level, my old friend.
Yeah.
Did Vidal said that they're trying to get to us, right?
Yes. They were supposed to be sending a group out to meet us.
Damn it, Oliver!
Look, if I could change anything about this, I would.
There we go. It's just funny because you started talking about things. It was anyway, your labored breath has become slow. Your run has stalled. But your journey is close to the end. The grey rock of the mountain spreads before your eyes. The trees thinning out and altogether disappearing. You've made it. The mountains. You take a moment to gather your thoughts and the strength to keep pushing. Your eyes fall behind you onto the world that you've traversed. It's there, the billowing miasma that has been following you, winding over the waste like a burrowing, blind worm. It has long separated from the ominous nebula in the west, where the sky darkens, where the train ended. The black smoke has marked your every step through the wastes, leaving a fresh new scar painted on the land like oily black paint drawn by some horrific brush. A canyon now stretches the black waste, breaking through the forest of mammoth trees, forming a river in the swamp. It is ceaseless in its pursuit. Worse, it has picked up speed. The ground is uneven and littered with loose rock. Without the hold the trees provide, this mountain is dangerous to traverse. Did you take a short rest, by the way?
Not yet.
It's up to you guys.
I do not. That'll just give me another exhaustion level.
Yeah, it's sort of pointless. I was gonna say, should we like try to make a signal if they're hopefully coming? I don't know how to do that, but
Could set off a smoke bomb, I suppose, but I'm not really sure. They just said to head to the mountains, and that was all really that came through. It was a bit broken up. I'm not sure if a signal would help us or just draw unwanted attention.
Can I see any kind of oddity?
That one.
Yes, right behind you.
I
Down the slope.
I mean, not that, but like campfire somewhere. Okay.
This thing that's pursuing us is very stubborn.
Yeah. Well, we've had some bad timing on when we run into things.
Almost concerned at this point that it would follow us all the way back to Polythreme.
Yep. Well, I mean, do we lead it toward the city or just...
If worst comes to worst, we have to split up and hope it only follows one of us.
That's sort of what I... Yeah. Yeah. That's why I was thinking building a signal might be our only hope to get out of here together.
Like, try.
Don't move it all the time, Becca. It makes me nervous. No. No.
Go back, go back. Go back.
So, we have gear still.
Yeah, didn't that make us like get faster through some?
It helps with some checks. Do you keep traveling while you have this discussion?
I guess we won't stop moving
Yeah.
until anyone actually has a plan and a reason to not stop, to not move.
As you traverse the rocky terrain, a few times the ground beneath your feet gives way to a small rock slide of gravel. They become avalanches beneath you, crashing into the forest further down. Then, as it slowly gets dark again, you hear a rock slam down somewhere above you. The thud becomes 2, become 5. Instinctively, you start sprinting as the avalanche makes its way down the mountain towards you. This is a strength or dexterity save, either of your choosing. You will definitely want to succeed this one. You can reduce this check with a gear.
Gear.
Well, you can see where we're rolling, and then
What's the DC?
side.
18.
And it's either a strength or dex save.
Yes.
So
So everyone gets plus 3.
we were allowed to roll first, right? Before we decided
Right.
we want to use the gear.
The gear would reduce it to a DC 16.
Okay, let's hope for
I
it.
rolled 22.
Yeah, I'm a success.
I'm a
I'm a failure.
Is this like a...
Failure.
I don't know if you can tell us this, Beggar, but is this one of those group successes or like
This one is actually individual.
individual?
Oh, I fell.
This is the
Can-
first one that is individual.
A
Is
super fail.
if we got it down to 16, would that help either of you guys that failed?
Nope.
Nope.
Bless you.
Out of curiosity, couldn't Rhett just be flying on the broom to get out of the way?
Well, we already were.
All right.
But, I mean, and bouncing rocks there.
I would let you use the broom to give one of them advantage.
Since Red has the boon, probably he should have advantage.
No, I mean, they already succeeded. He can give one of the two of you advantage.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what?
Rhett failed
I
his roll.
Yeah, I thought Red
Oh, you failed as well.
I feel
Yeah, it's. I
failed.
think the only people that failed is Sava. The three of us succeeded.
I failed
It's
too.
Sava and Rhett. Sorry, who
And
failed?
Soleil.
I failed.
Oh, Soleil
too.
failed.
Mhm.
Oof.
Oh.
Would a 16 get you?
No, I had a 12.
Ugh.
And you all added the +3, right?
Mm-hmm,
I rolled
sadly,
a
yes.
3. It's not gonna help much.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then everyone who failed, please choose one weapon out of your inventory.
Oh, easy.
God damn it.
You lose that weapon.
Oh no, my flail I
Okay,
don't
that's
need
fine. I
anymore.
have just a simple normal dagger still from the beginning. I'm just gonna lose that one, I guess.
My rapier of silverness. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
It's
Okay.
permanently.
And you take 2 exhaustion points from the day's travel.
I'm now at 7.
Me too.
That means I make a check to not unconscious, or I
Mhm.
just do.
You don't have the supplies for a long rest.
So,
So, Thava, give me a con save. DC is 18.
Do I have Kara's +3?
Yes.
19.
Okay. Take a level of exhaustion, please.
Oh, another one. Now I'm at 8.
No, a level of exhaustion.
Oh. Well, now I'm half speed,
I
so
would fail that.
same result.
Because you're also at 7 exhaustion points, aren't
Yes.
If you're also at 7 red, then you also give me a constitution saving throw. DC is
It was
18.
an 11.
What was that?
11.
Okay.
1.
By the way, I'm
That
sorry.
means you fall unconscious. You collapse under the strain. That means the rest of you cannot move at double speed anymore.
I'm already at speed.
So sorry, I fumbled with my inventory. What happened to those who failed the avalanche thing?
You take one weapon and
Yeah, did that.
you remove it.
Okay,
That's
that
it.
was all. I thought we got some
In the
exhaustion
avalanche,
points or something.
you lose some gear,
Okay,
essentially.
okay.
But
Because
you
all of a
managed
sudden,
to get through.
all of them had so many exhaustion points, so I thought we got some of them.
Well, you get plus
From
2
the
exhaustion points from
For
the day.
traveling.
Okay, the normal
Day
two.
is over.
So I get the level 1 of exhaustion.
You are here, the mountain, like you'd been told. But where are they? You're unsure why you even expected them to just be here. How would you find them? The night is dark. The air around you is starting to grow still, beginning to smell stale. When your mouth begins to taste sour, you know that it is close. Then, a flash of lightning strikes the ground. The edge of the forest, close to you, close to the mountain, over the next ridge. A rumble shakes the trees around you as the wave of the blast passes over them. The sky is cloudless. It must be them.
Look around, see if we can see any sign of them.
The lightning struck somewhere over the next ridge. You can't really see anything else.
We could try and head that way.
Don't think we have a choice.
We could try and tie it up onto the broom to make it easier to travel with them. And maybe Thava, if you were on the broom as well, then that'd help you move along.
I'm a bit heavy. How much can the broom hold?
It's like 500 pounds.
400, yes.
I weigh 270.
Oof. I weigh 156. So it can't carry both of us.
Right.
I can still move at half speed.
Or one of us could take the broom over and make sure that it's actually where we need to go before we put forth all that effort. Or we stick together.
Hold on, how does the broom work again? I gotta look it up.
What do you mean?
Because you can send it places.
Only like a certain distance, like a mile maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You can't send it to people. Okay.
No.
The lightning struck relatively close. It is not as far as a day's travel. You could reach it in probably under an hour, even walking slowly.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's
Let's
I guess
go
then get right on the broom and we'll move along.
Yep.
Could I try and use some rope and stuff to kind of get him onto the broom? Like,
Give me a sleight of hand.
I mean, can't we just like drape them over it and then just drag them along?
let's just say it. I'm trying to make it somewhat comfortable-ish.
It's a broom. I don't know how comfortable you can tie someone to that.
That's a 14.
You manage to sort of rope him to the broom. He's just he's not lying over it. He's sort of hanging from it.
It's like looking over his head.
So safe enough.
So it's like a hammock.
Kinda. Yeah.
That works.
Probably not as comfortable. There's definitely gonna be some rope burn. But
It's fine.
you...
Wait, is he just unconscious?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or can we heal him?
He's tired.
Not unless you have greater restoration.
His
Right.
his exhaustion that's the problem.
Right.
Do I have that? Can I even get that? I don't even prepare myself.
Or in your
You
clerics would probably have access to it.
Run again. Something is giving you the energy to run, and you do. Just like in those first days. Down the slope, into the thicket, breaking through branch and thistle, to get past the ridge. You're close. Your step stalls, and you almost tumble. Trees, rocks, branches and rubble are strewn at your feet. A circular clearing opens, a half circle at the edge of the forest, at your feet. There stand 3 people on the slope of the mountain, overlooking the area. Bishop, 2 of them, and Vidar. All 3 of them turn to look at you, but only one bears a smile. The other 2, large and helmeted, move out in front, but not in greeting. One falls to his knee, head hung low, arms planted into the ground at his sides. The other walks around him, murmuring words, removing first the kneeling bishop's helmet, his cuirass, his vambraces. Even without the bulky armor, he is a large man, marked by scars, his brown hair cropped short. Vidar waves you towards him.
Oh, move over.
No.
The bishop on the ground is silent, his stare fixated down. The one circling him murmurs in low tones, too faint to understand. This is not something you feel you should interrupt. As you pass by them, Bishop raises his head, his eyes meeting yours. You sense a familiarity with this face you've never seen before. A sadness, regret. He nods and turns his gaze back. His armor now completely doffed, he begins to speak, looking ahead.
When darkness covers the world, I shall be light. When doubt arises, I shall offer faith. Against tyranny, I shall hold justice. In the storm of battle, I shall know no fear. In the face of death, I shall harbor no regret.
The chant continues, repeats, as the other bishop looms over him, watching. Vidar's smile has faded as you reach him, watching the two bishops in their ritual. His eyes wander from them to you. Good, you are alive, and he pauses. Well, be ready. We will get you out of here.
What exactly is the ritual they're doing?
He pauses again for a moment. From the cloth around his armor, he produces a crystal. It hums with magical radiance. It glows with arcane potential. Its intense purple color seems like deep, like a vast ocean. Vidar seems to have ignored your question, but he follows your gaze to the crystal. An Ioun stone, one of a kind, from my vault, the likes of which I have only ever found one, and likely will never again. And still, it is a small price to pay, much smaller than his. His eyes dart back up from the crystal to the bishops. Their ritual seems to have concluded. The armored bishop walks towards you, the second set of armor clinking in his arms. The other, unarmored, dressed now only in thin robes, stands where he knelt, breathing slowly, eyes closed. The bishop halts in front of Vidar. I wish there was another way. I'm sorry.
Just do your part, councilman.
Bishop raises an arm. An unarmed man takes off, running at incredible speed, barefoot, into the forest, down the slope towards the miasma, leaving behind only a strange glow streaking through the air. Vidar places his hand on the Ioun stone. The Ioun stone, and the priceless crystal shatters to pieces. The shards of the stone fall away in purple dust. Behind you, a violet gate begins to shimmer into existence. After you, Bishop is the first to step through. Do you guys follow?
As fast as I can.
Which one of you is the last to step through?
Me.
Kara.
Oh, okay.
Both of you.
She'd wait until everyone said.
Kind of just.
Just as everyone has stepped through, Karen. Just as you are about to. You look back down the slope. The light from the bishop has grown brighter. It moves in flashes like a bolt of lightning across the ground, towards the cloud, and past it. Then, like the sun rising over a mountain, there is light. The jumping lightning stops and flares up just past the forest. The miasma stalls. It turns and moves towards the light, now moving slowly west. A hand pulls you through the gate, and the scene vanishes before your eyes. Images flicker past your vision, every one of your vision, as you step through the gate. Images of a burning world covered in smoke and fires. Before suddenly, there is solid ground beneath your feet once more. The first thing you see is the ground, glowing red, an intricate magical circle, glowing a bright, ominous glow. Then you see gold. Shimmering golden walls rising around you in a wide circle. And I'm gonna need a quick second because I just realized something. Suppose I can clean all of this up. Who's playing with that ice? I can hear that.
Try to put it back. I'm sorry, I don't know how to do it. I'm sorry.
One by
Thought
one.
I could. Oh, it's just one by one.
Doesn't need to be one by one.
I didn't think it did either, but
Also, this was me. If that's what you're talking about.
oh,
That's not my dice, that's my nails.
okay. How did? All right.
Yeah, it's you gotta place it right, you know.
I think it's just pure luck.
Sweet Eleven is still on 0 loading.
Look, it's a beautiful white square.
I think you've just broken Eleven.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, look at that gold! Whoa! Should I get rid of all my exhaustion points?
Nope.
He has a fucking organ. He is Dracula.
Welcome to my vault. You are perhaps the first in 1,000 years to see its inside and survive. Only one other made it out, and I've been told you killed her for me. Follow me. There are a few things we need to discuss.
You need to guide the broom along with our unconscious party member.
Continue to be unconscious.
You follow Vidar off of the central platform, seemingly hanging freely in the middle of a great abyss. But one person doesn't move. Bishop.
Vidar.
Vidar turns around, frowning. Clearly, he doesn't like to be interrupted.
Our deal stands. But there is more I must ask of you. The Shatterblade. The price we paid was high, and yet I would have paid much more. Safeguarded. There are few places in the world as inaccessible as this.
Vidar nods slowly. Of course, I shall take special care of.
And one more thing. The rest of you, in the armors you've recovered, leave them with Vidar. He will pay you 2,000 gold for retrieving each of them.
I
Thank you, Vidar. With all that remains of your past,
What a
it
savage.
is all now written only in the books of Yoku and Creon. Send me ahead.
Vidar's face is a mix of emotion. Anger at being interrupted repeatedly, compliance, and a hint of shame at something. The circle at the center of the room hums. 3 concentric golden circles spinning in opposite directions. A purple light shimmers above the apparatus, and with a crackle, Bishop vanishes. Well, shall we continue?
I suppose so.
Let me look.
As Soleil sits down, he's looking out for some pillows.
I'm sure you are tired, but there are a few things we need to go over. As you can see, I have had to make some uneasy alliances these past few days. I'll get to that in a minute. First things first. Are you injured? Are you hurt?
Drooling on the floor in unconsciousness.
Exhausted for our companion here. And we've picked up some curses. Some of us.
What manner, of course?
Blight curse. We had interaction with some of the curse blood.
Ah. Well, that we can arrange. Though, you will need to hear this first. Give this to your friend. He hands you a small bottle. More like half of a bottle. It contains a silvery liquid.
What is it?
Well, it will free him from at last some of that exhaustion.
Alright. I will untie Rhett first. Let him lower down to the ground. And then give him the potion so we can't complain about it.
As you give it to him, you hear from behind you from Vidar. Think of it as a strong smelling salt. And as you drink the potion, Red, you shoot up. You are awake and panicked. Your heart is racing so fast.
Like concentrated monster energy.
We're back of sorts. Alright.
Okay.
Just had a bit of a nap there, is all.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
How dilated or whatever are his pupils?
Very.
Just
His
like look
heartbeat
around,
is
super
about
confused.
twice its normal speed. And it will be for the next hour or so. Please, find a seat.
Can I have some of that?
I would not recommend it if you are already awake.
I'm curious.
While you were gone, Polythreme has changed immensely. To explain, do you know where the food in Polythreme comes from? The large ecology on the Media district feeds only about 15% of the population. Another 30 comes from the arcologies and farms immediately outside of Polythreme. About 10% or so come via smaller trade routes, settlements, farms, fishing ventures. 55%. Where do you think the other 45% come from?
And Tokark.
Yeah.
Antog-Arc. For the last few decades, Antog-Arc has been a close trading partner of Polythreme. Coal, iron, technology, for food. A simple trade. But because of the swelling numbers inside Polythreme's walls, we have now become dependent on Antog-Arc. Meanwhile, need for iron and coal is limited. The balance has shifted. Antog-Arc now has machines, capable mages, and worse, a standing army that Polythreme's iron expert directly outfitted. Polythreme remains more powerful, but Antog has gained enough confidence to make moves, to challenge the trade deal. In fact, they are already making preparations. What do you think will happen in Polythreme when 45% are cut short?
Panic.
Of
Anarchy.
course. And unrest. The poor will be the first to take arms and teeth. The guard would hold them back long enough, but next would be the working class. Precisely, most of the lower district. This would be catastrophic. A head cannot function without its body. The lower district is made up of millions of people, poor and working, and they're organized. The Forge Masters, the Coas Coalition, gangs. Polythreme would erupt in civil war and destroy itself. So, what choices does Polythreme have? Exodus? Too many people. Suppression? Possible, but the loss of life would leave Polythreme crippled. After all, by the numbers, 45% of Polythreme would have to die to reattain sustainability. War. That's the only way out, at least to the Council. The Council met about 3 days after you had gone. There was already unrest in the city, and the Council too is afraid. The result of all these fears? The guardsmen of Polythreme have been relieved of duty from the lower district. In their stead, Grand Forge Master Krastor has been appointed as overseer. Krastor had a lot of influence in the city and the council. He had a lot of control over the Colas Coalition too. After having been given temporary authority, he unveiled his guard force. He had planned it. He was prepared. A force of new generation warforged, nigh 100 strong. He promised that in 2 weeks he could strengthen Polythreme and settle unrest. Krastor quelled the unrest in 3 days, with dozens of casualties among the populace. He now effectively controls the entire law district. The council may have given temporary authority, but Crustar has moved way beyond their control. The council could not strip him of his power now, even if they wanted to. It may even end up being the other way around, if the god didn't remain. We all underestimated Crustar, underestimated what he was capable of. How could we not? He was a steel beater. I could not muster the resources to create 100 Warforged, much less as powerful as they are. No. No, there is someone else at work behind the man. Do you know what it takes to create the living metal for a Warforged?
Haven't come across that research myself.
Evelyn,
Maybe?
give me a history check.
Okay. Let's say 18.
You know that this is a trick question. The metal, the living metal, to create a Warforged, whatever did create it, has either been lost to time, or the secrets of its creation have passed from memory. All the Warforged living have been created from metal that has been found. Living metal torn from old scraps, ruins, or artifacts.
It's not really created as far as we are aware of anymore.
Exactly. Not to mention summoning 100 souls or so to inhabit the bodies. That kind of ritual would leave permanent marks. It would create ripples in the astral plane that could be felt years later. But nothing. The astral plane remains still.
But didn't like 100 guards just die? Get killed? Before we left?
They did. And their
It's quite a-
souls passed.
Also, what
They
if we had planned this for
Did create a
quite a
ripple.
while?
Okay.
To bind all of these souls, lost immediately after death even, would have created a mark.
Oh,
What if he's done this over a couple of years, like one soul by one?
Perhaps. I cannot fathom he would have planned it for that long. But it is possible. So, now the unrest is quelled. But the problem of Antok Arg remains. If the situation escalates, war will break out. And now Polythreme has a shiny new army. It would be an immeasurable loss of life. But this is also opportunity for us. There is a chance we can solve the situation at Antok Arg and at the same time curry favor with the council. We cannot defeat Crustar in a show of force, but we can weaken his position by weakening hostilities, the very environment that gives him authority. We need time to find his weaknesses. So, I'd like to arrange for you to go to Antok Arg. The Harvest Festival will be soon, and with it, a competition for valor and riches. It will be our way in.
we and our, as in You and us?
I'm afraid you will have to do most of the heavy lifting. But I will
Why
be
we?
there with you. At least for a time.
Why we?
He looks at all of you, particularly at Evelyn. Who else?
So, when we're in, what are we supposed to do there?
We will discuss the details of the plan once we're there. For now, you must rest. Do you agree?
So far, that's the first time I agree with you today.
If I were you, avoid the low district unless necessary. Keep out of the way of these warforged. Keep your heads down. And do not speak up when you see what they call justice. It's best to stay completely out of Krastar's eyes for now. And his eyes are everywhere.
Right.
Now, regarding those curses of yours, there is a church in the lower district. I know, after just telling you not to go there. The halls of Aenitas lie in the lower district. I happen to know the head priest of that church. He should be able to help you with your curses. I'm sure he will have his hands full, but he will make time for you if you let him know that you come from me.
It's appreciated. Has, Crester had any success with dealing with that creature that's in the lower district?
No. Though I believe there has been some progress. Some from the Colas Coalition. When they were attacked, fled to the only place they thought would be safe. That is the intricate system of mines deep underneath Polythreme. I suppose I don't need to say that they are dead, but the creature remains down there in the mines. At
And that
least
other thing, right?
we know where it is.
Well, that's one way of thinking about it, I suppose.
As far as we can tell, it has not come up. Though miners are still being sent down, it remains effectively trapped.
Maybe that worm will eat it. Right?
Worm? What worm?
Right.
What
You
worm are we
mean the
talking
one
about?
you were running from? No? Never mind.
You don't know what happened to that worm.
That's true. I don't actually know.
He's still exhausted. He's talking in delirium.
Yeah, that's true.
There are still some things. The Shatterblade.
Right.
You have it.
Yes.
I'll hand it over.
He places the Shatterblade on the table. It is important that it was not left in the wake of the creature chasing you. It would have probably been more catastrophic than what has already happened.
Do we know?
Additionally, this weapon is powerful. If it were to fall into the hands of an enemy, not only would we lose a weapon of our own, but the enemy would gain the chance to destroy one of ours. It is good that it is safe.
Do we have any idea of what happens to the fort in the north?
Communication with the fort broke off a few days before you headed north. From what we can tell, scrying from the observatory, there has been an explosive spread of the blight. 1 or 2 days before you left on the train. We're not sure what caused this sudden burst of growth. We've never seen it before.
And I imagine the bishop that we left behind was directing the attention of that creature away. And
Have you,
not coming back, I assume.
in the darkness, in the blight, encountered a false sun?
Have we encountered a false sunbugger?
Not that you
Okay.
would imagine something would be called.
I can't
Are they like
think.
floating pyramids?
No. But they are usually close. Well, we were lucky in one thing then. The creature that followed you, we called it a void dragon. Of course, it is nothing like a dragon. It has no intelligence, only primal hunger. There is a difference with smaller creatures of the blight and the larger ones. Whereas the smaller turn away from flame and fear the fire, the larger ones are attracted to him, almost like a moth to flame. Large sources of energy, magical energy. These large creatures feed off of it. One of these large creatures is a false sun. The others block to it. What the bishop has essentially done is create a decoy of a false sun. And yes, diverting the attention of the creature away from Polythreme, hopefully back to the blind. The bishop mentioned armors.
Right.
If you leave them here, I will, of course, as he said, compensate you for them.
How upset does he look about it?
Very.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't seem as upset about the amount of gold as much as that he seems to be treated like a middleman in this trade.
Soleil looks over to Thava. I mean, it's just fair. 3,000 sounds like a fair price for every armor we bring back.
I'm just putting my hands up and backing away from that.
He looks at you, Soleil. Do you actually try to deceive?
Sure.
Give me a deception roll.
Oh gosh.
Deception.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Look, I have a +1, so I'm not bad.
get that 20.
It's a 10.
He pretends to have not heard you. But you can see that he sees right through your deception.
I guess I'll pull out the gold armor. Kind of just set it down near the table.
Yeah, I also have one.
I think it was just those two that we got.
Yeah, I only took all the weapons. I
Yeah,
didn't
it
want
was
to carry.
Like one
Armor.
regular, and then I grabbed the gold.
With a sudden burst of dark mist, Vidar vanishes. You see him at the other side of the
Fucking
vault,
Dracula.
picking up a large sack before coming back. He
Turns into a
places
bat.
the sack next to the armors on the table, not even really bothering to collect the armors.
Huh.
But he does take the shatter blade into his hands. He makes a motion over the blade, and as his hand runs over the edge of the blade, it vanishes.
Those are pawns.
But when did you imagine that we would potentially be heading to Antigarch?
Well, there is no extreme rush. Perhaps a day or two, depending on how long you need. There is also means of travel we need to discuss. We could theoretically reach the river by train and take a ship. Or we take the full train ride. But I'm not sure how fond you are currently of trains.
No, the ocean, I imagine, might be a bit of fresh air.
Sure.
Don't you guys want to listen first why and how and what we're supposed to do before just saying, yeah, sure, we're doing whatever you're gonna tell us?
Sure.
You guys can see that Soleil's obviously not trusting this guy at all.
I understand your concern about heading back to Antigarch. He throws you a long, direct eye contact. The
You probably
price-
have never seen Soleil look that angry and looking back at someone.
The prize for these competitions is not only fame, but influence, an audience, a way for us to sway the current political course of Antigarch. What we face, we will only know once we are there. But something has to be done now. Regardless, I'm up for whatever challenge faces us there. And I hope that you are too, Mr. Soleil.
Just stares back.
We can by all means discuss it in further detail and go over the specifics of it. And discuss it amongst ourselves even. But considering that it's potentially war and deaths of thousands, I'm inclined to at least lend an ear.
I just don't have anything better to do.
But
Geralt,
We're just
I'm tired.
but I
Oh, that was
imagine
good.
I've not had alcohol in like way too long.
I imagine a bit of rest in our own rooms and clearing our heads would be good. Before we make any solid decisions. If that's what you need.
Very well. Reginald should know how to reach me. As I said, halls of Aenetas in the lower district for the curses. Once you step on the platform, I will send you back to Quartermains.
Okay. I guess
Let's head back.
make sure to grab the sacks of gold.
Okay,
So I don't leave them here.
I got it. Rhett was just sitting there bouncing on the couch, just tripping the ball.
The whole time, Soleil's gaze is focused on the vampire overlord. And as long as he's seeable.
Beggar, how possible is it for me to try and gauge when he's going to activate the teleportation and then step off? To not get teleported.
Probably, since you saw it happen before with the bishop, you could probably time it relatively well. You remember the number of spins the gears took before the glow started, and the time between the glow to when bishop vanished.
Okay. And I'm gonna try and do that.
Okay? Yeah. I'll see you soon. The two circles of gold start spinning. The purple light shines, and you jump out.
I do.
You jump out, and the rest of you see Evelyn just hop back onto the stairs, and you're gone.
Oh
And
no.
you instead stand in the middle of the plaza in front of Quartermains. Evelyn, you see Vidar just smile. Clever.
I'm gonna pull out the core of the Warforged. You seem keen on getting this?
Yes. Secretly. The fact that you did not approach it earlier, do the others not know then?
They're vaguely aware. Some of them didn't know where I got it from. My butler did, but he didn't seem to really think much of it. other than I instigated the Warforged that was there to start an attack.
Very well.
I trust him and I have a conversation with him regarding
Should
that.
the council hear of this object, you and I may be considered traitors. These cores were made with secret techniques that now only the Archon remembers. They are, however, necessary in the creation of airships. As such, it is a vital first step to further our cause.
And I'm glad I was able to retrieve it.
So am I. He holds his hand out to take the call.
I hand it over to him.
We will approach this matter again once we have settled things in Antok Ark. But of course, one of the two is a more timely matter right now.
Of course. I'll see what I can do to ease the minds of my companions. And, I suppose we should get back to them.
Of course.
Before they concern themselves too far with where I'm at. Thank you.
Step back onto the platform. The circles start spinning. And Evelyn. Thank
Yes.
you. The light glows and you land in front of Quartermain.
Airship.
Mm-hmm. Right, so are you all gonna head in?
Literally
Skip some-
hyperventilate.
So they
Right.
just heads in into this room.
Red, you need to get some rest.
You made it,
Get
good.
you, yeah, of course. Get you up to your room.
Huh.
I imagine it's like that, so tired that you can't even possibly sleep.
Yeah, from Soleil's room, if anyone
Not with
listens.
the drugs that he took.
Yeah.
From
Those
Soleil's
three
room, if
drugs.
anyone is listening, you can hear the sound of fighting.
Karis is finding the next bottle of alcohol and drinks until she falls asleep.
For the next hour or so, Red, you just lie there, breathing fast. You just, all you hear is just the thumping of your own heart. After an hour or so, suddenly, you just black out, fall asleep. You don't even remember falling asleep, you just are gone.
I don't suppose we could take a break.
Yes, I was going to suggest that actually, 'cause I was gonna go to go pee, but yes.
I used
Before
it.
we keep going, let's take a small break.
Uh,
And
Okay.
then, I don't know, do maybe an hour or so.
Sure, sure, sure.
Sounds good.
I'll be right back.
Thing.
I did have a question though.
Okay.
I feel like I should probably DM it to you though.
Okay.
Secret. Someone's just gonna spend the night wandering the halls.
Just like the halls.
Well, she might walk in and check on our angel thing.
You're back.
Oh.
Didn't even hear. Usually I'm quite good about these things, so...
Oh, wait.
Welcome back.
Uh,
You have a nice trip on the train?
It crashed,
No.
so that wasn't as
It's unfortunate.
enjoyable.
Yeah, you've been gone quite a while.
Yes, we had to,
You
come back by
walked
foot. Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh, it must have been quite a trek.
It was.
Glad you made it then.
Yes. How is, the sleeping woman?
Ask her yourself. He leans over and he snaps his finger in front of her face. And she sits up and comes towards you.
Why?
No, might not be able to tell you much, I'm afraid.
Oh. Well, that's a new development. She's not speaking then?
No, she can talk. She just doesn't remember anything.
You remember your name?
My name?
Hmm?
She closes her eyes, furrows her brow, trying to remember. No, I remember falling. And nothing else.
So you don't have any idea of why you're here or what happened prior to you falling?
She shakes her head.
One of my companions might be interested in talking to you. I'll have to check with her. Maybe you can piece things together somehow. Reginald's been keeping you company then?
Yeah, he tried things with my mind, but I just can't remember. I'm sorry.
Can't remember, there's not much you can do about it. There's nothing really to apologize for.
It's quite puzzling. Recesses of her mind are not only inaccessible, it's almost like they're not even there. Haven't seen any spells or anything that would completely remove them.
Well, that is interesting.
I've tried a couple of things. Finding lost memories is nothing that's unheard of magically, but in this case, nothing I could find. Curious.
It is. Otherwise, health-wise, are you doing alright? You're gaining strength?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just,
Don't remember.
I don't know.
No, I'll be right. I'll be right back. Hold on one moment. I'll walk away. I'll go knock on Kara's door.
As you pass Soleil's door, he's still fighting.
Is it morning right now?
No, it's still night. I'm interrupting your sleep.
I mean, Kara's not waking up.
Oh, gosh.
I would need quite a lot to wake her up.
Is your door unlocked?
Probably, yeah.
I'll open the door and look in and see if you're still sleeping. I'm assuming you're sleeping.
Probably just pass out.
I'm just gonna nudge her. Like, give her a good shove. So sorry. Kara,
Yes?
I know you probably need sleep and everything. I just thought, I don't know if you really care or not, but the woman that fell from the sky is awake.
Alright.
So, she doesn't have any memories of anything, but I at least figured I'd let you know in case it was something important to you or not.
Thanks.
Since you both fell.
Yep.
That was it. I mean, you could just go back to sleep if you like. And walk away.
Just turn over, go back to sleep.
The sounds of fighting have stopped.
Whoa.
Stop.
He's dead. Got defeated by some.
I'll give a light knock.
No answer.
Oh, he's definitely dead then. Well, I'll just leave them be. I'm not gonna go back in there because I'm an awkward person and I don't know how to talk to them. So I'm just gonna go back to walking around for the rest of the night. Probably go down to my workshop at some point in time. Mess with things. No, I lied. I'm going to my room. Has anything been disturbed?
Doesn't look like it. In fact, there's a thin layer of dust everywhere.
Okay. Is the box of cursed blood still back there?
You shuffle the surrounding stuff a little bit to the side, and yeah, there is that metal box.
Okay. I'll stay up here and just work on stuff for the rest of the night.
Give me a Constitution save.
Oh no! Oh man, I'm gonna blow up my room.
No, no.
I'm gonna blow up my stuff.
As long as you don't throw
Hey,
all
I'm
those
totally
lights.
cool. It's a 21.
21.
Occasionally, you catch yourself starting to fall asleep, sort of napping off, but you give yourself a jolt and focus on the work. You manage to stay awake.
Even when she gets rid of the curse, I imagine sleeping will never be the same.
No.
Mm.
Do we get a full long rest for people that did?
Yes.
It's morning.
Now I only have one level of exhaustion. Can I take 2 long rests in the time it takes everyone to take one?
You know what? Sure.
Oh, hell yeah!
Oh yeah, I thought I had a rough time out there.
I was so
Beggar,
useless.
during the night, could I have tried to pull out some of my own blood to see if I could see any signs of the curse?
Yeah. Give me an investigation roll.
Oh man. It's a 12.
You somewhat shallowly analyze your blood. There don't seem to be any particles. Your blood doesn't seem to have changed visually. It doesn't seem to be in your blood, at least.
Okay. In the morning, then, when I feel like it's been long enough for normal people to get sleep, I'll go knock on Brett's door.
Creek. Oh, good morning.
Morning. Seems, you feeling any better?
Yes, much.
Good. Good.
I
A little concerned about you there for a minute.
I don't even really remember getting back, to be honest.
That's fair.
I mean, bits and pieces. Oh dear. Is everyone else already up?
I haven't really checked on anyone else. Oh, with the, woman who fell from the sky. She's awake. I don't know if she's awake this morning, but she woke up.
Oh.
It's kind of talking, but doesn't really have any memories of the fall.
I guess the research I was doing on contacting people in dreams isn't really needed then. Alright.
Actually, if you had a minute, right, there was something I wanted to talk to you about.
Sure.
We can stay in my room for something more private.
Okay.
Wasn't really a good time to talk about it while we were on the run. But I wanted to let you know that thing that I taken from that Warforge.
Yeah.
I wasn't really supposed to tell anyone about it. Unless I trusted them with my life. So it didn't really seem a good thing to share openly.
Oh. You weren't supposed to, because
right. So I was asked
you
to.
You didn't think it was a good idea, or like?
No, I thought it was a decent idea to take it. But I wasn't.
Was it your idea to take it?
No, I've been contacted by Varar.
Oh, I see now.
And it was one of the things that he'd strongly suggested getting a hold of. But that I shouldn't let anyone know about it unless I trusted them with my life. So it didn't really feel prudent to tell everyone there at the time. But I imagine now that we're here and we're safe, I don't have an issue telling you, obviously.
So, who do you have an issue with?
Well, it's not that I necessarily have an issue with anyone. I just don't know if I trust anyone else with my life.
Okay.
It seems but I obviously have different opinions than some people, which is fine. They're allowed to have their opinions and be wrong about things. But I know that I don't necessarily trust everyone else to be as accountable for my life and intent with making sure that I stay alive as per se you do.
Really? After everything that happened out there, really?
Well, I mean, Kara definitely helped with that
Yep.
one thing that was about to consume me.
For sure. And she also helped when we walked into that one office and was like, "Hey, is this a trap? I'd like the trap, please." And then she kicked the door and saved us.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
It's just there's certain things that, well, Thav has only recently joined us.
Okay, yes, but true, but she also literally let you cut off her tail.
Oh, it seems like possibly there's lots of things that I'll chop off of people. That doesn't mean I trust them with my life.
Okay, well, but she clearly trusts you with, I mean...
Right, but I'm inept enough to be handling other people's lives.
You're inept? I don't think you're inept.
Wait, other way around. I'm adequate at handling other people's lives.
Right.
As the motorcycle passes.
And Soleil, as much as I definitely appreciate everything that he's done, I know that he definitely has concerns with the things that we've done, and I don't know if he'd walk away.
I mean, fair, but could you blame him?
No, but I also wouldn't trust him with my life.
He's literally saved it from
right,
the-
but so here's the other part is that since bringing that bit back, it probably would be looked at as a treasonous act by Polythreme, which is also it's best to keep it a bit hush-hush.
We're the only two people healed from Polythreme, man.
Right, but they don't necessarily need that getting out to anyone.
Okay. Respectfully, I don't know if that's... Thank you for trusting me with it in the first place.
Well, obviously.
Honestly, ma'am, I don't even know if I'm worthy of that, though, at this point.
Oh,
My, recent performance,
your
I would not...
performance at Vadar's was very good.
No, as in, like, I helped Kara when we encountered the cursed blood, and I could have done much more to help you, and now you have this curse, which makes you die and explode, and
Yes, that is true.
certainly I could have done more. And then I was nearly no help, probably less than no help, on that whole trip back. And when I was help, it just drew that thing after us. And then apparently a man had to sacrifice himself, if I heard that right?
I'm not thrilled with that part either.
Which was almost certainly my fault.
That's not your fault.
I mean, Vidar said big magical energy, which...
Every time I fell asleep, I was creating big magical energy.
Well, okay, but you stayed awake for many days.
And you weren't the only one casting magic. At that point in time, you needed to stay alive, and I support the idea that you did cast magic then. And it was really good. Let me explain something here to you real quick. You're an idiot. You're a massive idiot. I don't...
Exactly! This is
Yes.
my point, man.
Right. But I don't keep you in my life because I need you. I've endured some of the hardest and worst situations in my life without anyone by my side. So I don't need you. If you're in my life, it's because I value you and I want you to be here for a reason. I keep you in my life because you're one of the few things in this world that can still make me smile and not feel like my face crack from the falseness behind it. You're here because I can trust you when I don't even know how to trust anything or anyone anymore. You're here because I put myself back together again, piece by piece, when this world shattered me, and I know I didn't put things back quite right, and you're the only person that I've allowed close enough to call me out on it.
big idiot like me, huh?
Yes. You're here because I want you to be Rhett in my life. And you're the last person in this forsaken world that I've ever begun to let hold that kind of power over me again. So yes, you're an idiot.
But I'm an entertaining idiot. is what
Yes, you're a
saying.
very entertaining idiot.
Well, at least if you're aware of it, I don't feel it's as bad then.
You shouldn't feel bad about it. There are plenty of times when I'm incapable of things. So I find ways around it.
Yeah.
Make myself better. So that the next time I'm not. But people can make horrible mistakes. And there's nothing you could do about it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that you'll have some horrible experiences in your life at some point with regrets that will overwhelm you at times. But you just have to keep pushing forward.
I understand. And I mean, I'd very much like to help you from what you're saying. As much as, I mean, you say you let me in, but, I still just don't really understand what we're even working on a lot of the time, and who we're fighting for. I think that's true of a lot of the group as well.
People need to come to those decisions themselves, though, right? I could
Well,
tell you some of what I'm
Yes.
fighting for, but I don't expect you to be fighting for the same things.
yes, in a way, but as you said, as far as trusting people with your life, if we're looking out for each other's lives, we kind of should have an idea about, you know, what we all want out of it. And I've gotten to see a little piece of that with you, but I know for certainty that none of the others have any idea as to your goals or anything like that. And honestly, as much as you may not feel comfortable with people, as much as I'm an idiot, you're brilliant. And you telling them what is going on in the world or explaining anything to them would be incredibly helpful. Even I would say inspiring to them.
That's not something many people find me to be.
Well, I think you might be wrong. I find your resilience and constant pursuit of something better very inspiring. And I think the others could as well if you but explained a little bit of what drives you and where we're going.
Where we're
if you
going in
had-
the sense of, like, with Vadar? Or where we're going in, like, the grand scheme of things?
in like the grand scheme of things, like why do we have a freaking container of cursed blood over there? And what are we researching? And what is this immortality thing?
Right. See, that might be difficult, as I'm near positive my end goals probably don't align with some of our companions' end goals.
Okay. But what about your motivations? Do you think that they couldn't perhaps understand motivations first before goals?
Oh, that's a difficult one.
I understand, ma'am. But you're asking me to be with you through something, and I don't even understand what you're going through. You get what I'm saying?
I do. I suppose that's fair in the sense of if you're trying to understand and research something, you need to study every aspect of it, and I understand the concepts.
I would say that's true of everyone that we had with us, that they could even have perspectives that you haven't considered. If you find my idiot perspectives valuable, certainly their perspectives are better than mine on some things.
That's up for debate.
I mean, I would beg you to at least consider it.
I'll think about it. I'll give you that. But if we could keep that core
Yes,
from
yes.
the Warforged on the down low, I'd appreciate it.
It's fine.
Do you want
As much as I
breakfast?
try to keep things on the down low, I mean, I think I was
Right,
muttering some
just-
nonsense about a worm I didn't even know about. To be honest.
Right. No, also, yeah, you don't have to write any songs about it, for example.
Right. No, I won't. Right. Yeah, no.
Right.
How about this?
Mm-hmm.
I'll work on trying not to be as much of an idiot. Will you at least try to share something about you, your motivations, your, I don't know, past hobbies, some with the group, just a little bit at a time?
I will do my best.
Okay. I'll do my best to keep us together still then. But leadership needs brains as well as songs. You know?
Right. That's fair.
Let's go see if people want breakfast. Knocking.
I did interrupt her sleep last night. Didn't wake up though.
Is Kara in
Much.
there?
If no one wakes Kara up, she'll sleep till like noon.
I mean, we're trying to wake you up.
I mean, I could go in again if you'd like.
Try pretty hard.
It's fine. I'll peek in. Music eventually wakes you up. It slowly just starts to get louder.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's been a while since you've slept in a real band.
Cara, are we going to go see if there was food? Did you want to come look with us?
Food, yeah. Sounds good.
I hear they have whiskey, coffee, and stuff as well.
That is exactly what I want right now.
Same thing over at Slade.
Good
So he
morning.
comes over and opens the door. Stares at you, says nothing. But if you look past him, you can see right in front of the training dummy all the pillows on the ground. And the training dummy lying there in pieces, slashed into pieces. It's just not standing anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this tablecloth kind of looks like a cat with a nose that's crooked. Just pointing it out.
It does.
You want to do some magic on it?
Cat.
It's okay.
He's
Ugh. I hate pollen.
Well, it's late.
Good morning.
You're still here, I see.
Where should I be?
I don't know, but I would understand now. I guess it just took me a little longer to get there than it did for you. But I still appreciate you being here.
Well,
We're gonna go
I
look
hope
for
you
food.
understand. Let's go then. There's a lot to do today.
Yes.
Morning, Aelith.
Oh, God. Oof. I didn't know you were back. Jesus.
Sorry
Oh,
if I
wow.
startled you.
I didn't really buy anything to prepare.
Just make us a simple breakfast then.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Of course.
I'm looking around. Where's Dusk?
Somewhere.
But
Let
dust
it
tastes delicious.
Where is Dusk?
By the way, I want to spend at least 1 minute with Aelith in this room.
Okay. I don't know, maybe have you checked the common room? Flittering around like last time I was here, just in the rafters. I didn't really.
I asked you so much.
Yeah, well, I left food out. She kept eating it. I can't really fly. I couldn't really get to her. She was like,
Sad excuses.
oh well, breakfast then, I guess.
Alright.
I'm just gonna watch how he moves. And what he does.
Okay. he under your eyes, he seems to get nervous as you're just watching him move. He very hesitantly starts cutting bread into slices, shooting back nervous glances between every slice, just sort of side glances.
I'm just leaning at a shelf or something there. Just try to appear casual about it.
I'm just headed over to make coffee.
So yeah, while I'm doing this beggar, I have the ability that is called Know Your Enemy. If you spend at least 1 minute observing or interacting with another creature outside combat, I can learn certain information about them compared to my capabilities. The DM tells you if the creature is your equal, superior, or inferior in regard in 2 of the following characteristics of my choice. And I choose total levels and armor class. I would
What's
like to
armor
know
class?
if this guy is something or not. What did you say?
What's your armor class?
17.
Inferior. On
And
both of
total levels. Inferior. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. I had a real. I was suspecting him the whole time. So okay.
Yeah, I mean,
After a minute, I'm just gonna.
his movements, though, they look somewhat trained.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing particularly graceful to them. He doesn't seem to be particularly strong in any other way either, so...
Okay, just wanted to make sure a little bit that this is not like some evil overlord that's been dressed as Aelith.
That's Reginald.
Yeah.
I would like to search for dust.
At some point I'm gonna have to do this for Reginald too. He's probably higher level than us.
Well, she doesn't seem to be in the dining room.
Okay, next room.
Give me a perception roll.
Persuade.
Persuade me. I'll give you dust back.
Perception. 14 plus 8 is a number.
22.
20.
You don't see her, and you grow a little frustrated. But then you hear something. This soft, just sort of like scratching, more like the sound of dirt.
Dirt.
You walk around the room, for you see dirt flying out of one of the pots in the corner of the room. And you see Dusk in the flowers just sort of throwing dirt out.
Take it away. No, come here, come here. Oh,
She flaps over and lands on your arm.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the kitchen and get her some food. Do do do. Do. Okay, I'm just looking for food, I guess. Even though she's covered in dirt. What a...
Oh,
again?
I mean, she's hungry again. There's still a smoked salmon in the main hall. Like I left it like near the stairs. Just
Oh,
she kept playing around and kept getting it on her own. I just I remember the job description.
I'm gonna find the salmon and just...
Oh,
Yeah,
speaking
there's-
of which,
There's a small plate by the side of the stairs, and there's just this piece of smoked salmon on it.
I'll just sit down right here. Chill with my bird.
have you been paid recently, Aelith?
Not recently. I mean, I haven't really asked Reginald. He keeps kind of avoiding the subject, to be honest.
Okay. I hear. I think we agree on like 20 every so often, right? 20 gold?
Yeah, every so often. Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't actually remember what our deal was. I'm sorry. Listen, we went through the blight. Half of us are cursed now. It's some shit.
okay. I mean, sounds like quite the story. I mean, I don't know how I could help with that, but
No. The point being is, I'm sorry if I forgot how often I was supposed to.
oh yeah. I mean,
Do I owe you some back wages? Is what I'm asking.
I haven't really spent that much on ingredients. Reginald pretty much, well, he's got very simple dietary needs.
True.
For me, for staying here and stuff, it's if we cut out the ingredients part, it'd be 40 gold.
Here's 40 gold then. Apologies for the not being back for like 3 weeks almost.
Yeah, I mean, it's not your fault from the sounds of it. I
It really wasn't.
couldn't really fault you for, being on missions and stuff.
Well, we appreciate you holding it down.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, good to be appreciated.
Yeah, of course. Baba appreciates you taking care of Dust, by the way. Contrary to what she may have just said.
Sure.
Chicudo!
She is. Ooh. Little owl.
After a couple of minutes, Aelith would have prepared a spread of cold cuts of meat, some pie, bread, cheese. Nothing warm.
I brought the coffee and a bottle of whiskey. That I had made.
I will quietly start eating.
Yep. Kara will start eating as soon as there's food in front of her. And drinking. So just like half whiskey, half coffee in her.
Jesus.
Honestly,
fair.
same.
I'm just drinking coffee.
So I caught some of what went on, but holy crap, I don't know what he gave me, but that stuff was strong.
Mm-hmm. That it was. Got you moving for a bit, though. It was good.
Soleil shoves his cup of coffee over to Kara and points at it. He wants a shot too.
Yes, she will fill it.
And he
Such
nods
alcoholic.
and starts drinking.
It's filled to the brim now. It's almost a little bit difficult to get back over from the table without spilling anything.
Just for myself, I roll.
Well, I was thinking
Nice.
today, for those of us that need it, we could potentially head to the lower district.
Yeah, I should probably get that over with.
Yeah. I mean, while you're there, I can take care of a couple of things I had in mind too.
Yeah, you've been gone a few weeks. I wonder if that person you talked to knows anything yet.
Yeah, that's one place I wanted to visit.
Yeah.
Maybe this afternoon we can get together and talk about the rest.
Okay. Speaking of which, does anyone need? I sets down huge bags of gold.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do we want to like split it up or just?
Guess it's the safest way, so if anyone gets robbed, it's not all our funds gone.
Yeah.
Guys, we just set down like 4,000 gold
Yeah,
in front
Aelith
of
is like-
Aelith.
Yeah, you'll get your wage of 20 gold per like month.
I mean, he's not frickin' running from the blight, he's just cooking.
I was not referring to Aelith. Made of something to do with what happened in another campaign.
Oh, okay.
Someone
Oh.
had all the
Oh.
funds.
Oh yeah, now I and turned into a lich. I remember that.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Anyways, gold.
So yeah, I guess we just split it up.
Yeah.
You do the math. I'm too lazy.
So wait, we got
800 for everyone.
It's
4,000.
1,000, so there's 5 of us.
800.
It's a...
Yeah.
What there's...
Okay.
Quick math.
800.
Damn.
800.
It's like 4,000 divided by 5. That's not hard math.
Okay, listen here, bucko.
I mean, yeah.
I was kicked out of high school. What's your excuse? I don't know math. 2 plus 2 is 22.
I just need to know how to count from 1 to 20.
Yeah. I only need D20. That's what I did on tests. Just roll D20.
Now
I roll
exactly
high, I succeed on it.
1,001 gold.
But I imagine you'll hold on to mine.
Yeah.
For
but-
normal.
Yeah. I might have to. But yeah, that's fine.
You don't have to carry it all around if you don't want to, obviously.
I will pass on receiving my share.
Oh, but the point is that we divide it up.
Between 4 people, it's just 1,000 each.
Fine.
But why
the other
wouldn't you take
I
your
guess.
share?
I don't need it. I don't need material needs.
You don't need diamond dust. You don't need that good.
Okay, if I need it, then I can just ask for it.
Didn't we also have?
Oh, so you're gonna
party
have
funds?
Brett hold on to your money as well?
Sure. I'll just like have my share be like party funds. Because that's important.
So
Okay, so
just take 1,000 then, yeah.
I mean, more money to spend on booze.
Oh,
Oh, everyone
gold.
just like so much.
God.
Everyone just like just 5,000 gold worth of booze.
So we put that into the party funds then.
Yes.
Oh, Kara, I know you've already got a drink going, but if you want, I've got a vial of this, and I'll hand over a vial of the Dragonheart brew.
Oh, that's what we'll use the 1,000 gold on. Dragonheart.
Investments. Oh,
We can drink
No,
that for
just
free,
alcohol,
by the way.
but like that-
No need to invest.
Then we'll be the de facto royalty. Fuck.
So now the three of us are gonna head to the halls of I-90s and the lower district. I'm not sure what the two of you want to do. If you wanted to join us, or Soleil, it sounds like you're gonna do your own thing.
Yeah, I wanted to do a couple of things and just also buy and sell stuff, and just a couple of things.
I'm not even in there. So.
Right.
So
Not
yeah, I
sure what-
also wanted to check on the Venerable Swordsman. Just wanted to pass by it and ask how it's going. Just seeing how.
That's
Good
true.
idea.
That's a good plan.
And so yeah, I wanted to do like a couple of these small things, so you can just go ahead, take care of your problems, and I can take care of these things, so not all of you have to go there.
We'll meet back up here in the afternoon, or is there anywhere in particular that you wanted to meet back up?
Yeah, we can meet here, I think.
Soleil, I don't remember how much it was, but if there is one of those shields still available, I wouldn't mind upgrading.
Sure, I can bring one for you. Which one was the one you were interested the most in?
I don't even remember.
I think it was a Bane shield, a barricade, and a stinky barricade.
Oh yeah, the stinky
Barricade?
one.
Barricade like makes a wall.
Honestly, I want an upgrade just to this regular buckless shield. So if there's like just a better version, that would be ideal. But
So just a
I mean-
+1 shield basically would be your preferred thing? or-
that would be great. But if you see something else that's really great, go ahead and make the call.
Okay.
Here,
Yeah,
I'll-
you can look for me too. I think view shield would be great.
Okay.
I have.
Does any of you guys have like some way of communicating in case I wanted to ask you guys something, because that's a lot.
I mean, I have sending.
Yeah, you can.
I suppose we could take Thava with us.
I'm just a telephone.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't help him if he needs to reach you and Thavas doesn't know.
I mean, would you be okay taking Thava with you? No. You're probably gonna want to talk to someone stealthily, aren't you?
I mean, I can take her with me for the first part of the job.
Okay.
later on, you know, our contact person in the coalition is a little bit not happy if we show up in numbers, so
Yeah.
I guess it's better to meet her by myself.
For the shield here, I was gonna give you. I'll slide over 200 platinum to you.
200 platinum.
It's a little smaller at least, but you know, shield. If
So that's
Kara
2,000
wants-
gold, basically, right?
Yeah.
Don't get pickpocketed.
I hope so. 200 platinum. Okay, so a shield for you, and Kara, what are you looking for? Shield too?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and we're off.
So is Kara also giving money or something?
I mean, I can give you now, or I can give it to you.
I just figured based on the prices, the 2,000 might be enough for 2 shields.
Yeah, but just in case it isn't. I mean, I don't know. It's just there might be a possibility that I won't have enough funds to buy all of it.
I mean, if it's that expensive, I don't need one.
Okay.
Or a bag for me to hold things. Instead of all this stupid gold bag.
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
Yes, better holding.
Okay, we're gonna look out for stuff, Therma, okay?
Oh, alright.
Oh, Therma's
Not
not in
even
the room
asking.
anymore. It's not even in the room, I think.
No,
Yeah, I'm gonna take Therma and go there.
Works, and we'll meet up with you in the afternoon. Best of luck to you.
Same. I hope you're gonna get rid of those curses. They sure seem to suck.
They're inconvenience.
nah.
Do we have any idea where the church is in the lower district?
Yes. It's quite close to the central spot.
Okay.
That's good. Right?
And, at least 3 of us are heading there.
Are you all leaving at the same time, or?
Yeah, I guess so.
Alright, just in case anyone wanted to know, the sleeping woman woke up.
Oh, that's right.
Cuts.
Oh.
What?
Did she say anything?
Yeah, she's talked a little bit, but she doesn't have any memories.
Wait. Well, I'm glad she's at least awake.
Mm-hmm.
We can deal with that after we
Obviously,
dealt
that's fine.
curses.
We don't want to infect anybody.
I should probably look at my spell list.
The alleyways of the lower district are the same as always. But something has changed. The air is different. There's a strange kind of tension. People avoiding eye contact as they hush past one another, ducking into alleyways and shops. They seem afraid. Because of the attack? Or does it have to do something with what Vidar mentioned? It doesn't take long. You pass maybe 2 blocks before there is a gap between the drab slate buildings. A small plaza. Usually you would see stands filled with people, merchants peddling their wares of varying quality. Not this time. A stage has been erected from darkened wood. A murmuring crowd has gathered. Many of them wear hoods pulled deep over stone-cast faces. There it stands on the stage, in front of 5 kneeling men. A dwarf, 2 humans, a gnome, a tiefling. Their heads hang low in compliance. Their muscles are tense in anticipation. Words. The Warforged stands towering above them, the one eye in the middle of its head staring cold, unblinking. From the back of the Warforged hang a number of long, thick, silvery bands, their purpose unknown. Another Warforged, dwarfed by the one atop the stage, stands nearby. You had not seen him until he made a noise. He addresses the kneeling men.
Therefore, you are found guilty of treason and rising against the city's protectors, endangering all citizens within the walls. By order of the Council and the authority of Councilman Crustor, you are subject to immediate judgment.
He doesn't even give a sign. Not even another word. In a split second, the metal bands of the Warforged's back ripple to life. You hear, most prominently, a crack as all 5 bodies slump to the side, their necks twisted and broken by their executioner's tendrils. There is no noise from the crowd, no cheers, no boos, no shouting. All stand silent. They disperse slowly, and as you see them step past you, you see a faceted mosaic of emotions. Some bear fear, some anger, some just sorrow, but all of them bitterness. Soon, you find yourself at the point where you split up. Those of you heading for the halls of Aenetas, you see more similar scenes on your path there. People standing in small circles, their eyes peeled on every corner of the street, ready to duck away. Streets emptying in front of the march of one of these executioners. They move slow, deliberate, the street shaking under their heavy footfalls, the unblinking eye scanning like a searchlight. Despite their size and obvious weight, they move with unnatural grace, as if each of their steps had been planned hours in advance. Impossibly deliberate. Closer to the halls, the usually busy... I can't speak today, Jesus Christ. Closer to the halls, the usually busy plaza is devoid of life. The only sign of civilization is small crowds entering and leaving the temple.
I know I'm not really from the lower district, but I'm not a fan of this.
No. I don't know. In some ways it's better, but in some ways it's a lot worse. Suppose we shouldn't linger.
No. Not at this point in time.
Hurry toward the temple.
The large hall inside does not look like a temple. It doesn't smell like a temple. Especially not one of reflection or justice. You smell formaldehyde. Beds line the length of the largest hall. Injured men and women sit and lie just about everywhere. It almost looks like the aftermath of a war. A woman in robes runs up to you. Quickly, she looks you up and down. You don't look injured. Any wounds? Broken bones? Are you the ones delivering the medicine?
No, we were hoping to speak with someone with
The head priest.
Yes, the head priest would be. We're friends with one of the council members. It's about some.
Well, imagine he's quite busy. You want to speak? Is there any particular matter I can help with? As you can see, there's quite a lot to be done. Everyone here has had the pleasure of meeting our new town guard.
Of course.
Sheer bruteness. I have a pregnant woman over there whose fever is broken because she was trying to help her injured husband. Really, what's becoming of the city? She looks exasperated. Perhaps a little desperate.
I'll be happy to help a little bit if I can, but it's really more of a private matter we need to speak to him about.
She keeps rambling for a couple of seconds, seemingly venting to no one in particular. She probably kind of tuned out even that you're here.
Are there obvious, wounds that some people have?
Some, yes. You see broken bones, clear fractures and bruises, and even some open wounds.
I'll cast 2 cure wounds on some of the open wounds. And I'll be like, but please. We really do need to see the head priest.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You don't want to hear my troublesome. Jessica Lomin is all the way down in the back. He'll be taking a short break. Just knock on the ornate door.
Appreciate it. Walk that way.
Yeah, you walk down the length of the hall, and at the end, you see a large ornate door.
I knock on the door.
At first, there is no response. Though you hear some clicking and the clatter of a chair, maybe?
Knock again.
When you knock the second time, the door opens a little bit. The room behind is dark, and the person looking out looks through squinting eyes. Yeah, sorry.
We're looking for the high priest.
Speaking.
We're friends of Vidar. He told us to come to you on a sensitive need we have.
What's he need now?
We have some curses.
Some curses.
We were dealing with some of the blight, and the three of us have each schemed a curse.
Oh, you need to stand me by. Oh, not those again. I've worked on them before, so sure. Just step inside. He opens the door, and as it swings open, he starts lighting a couple of candles around a large table at the center of the room. It's gonna take a couple of minutes just finding out what nails you, and then let's see. He starts rummaging through a large chest in the corner of the room.
Well, I think we've identified the curses if it helps, right, ma'am?
Yes.
Well, you're gonna need more than names. It's a feel thing. It's not for me. It's ritual. It's cleric stuff. I just take a place, please. Sit down.
All right.
All three of you sit down at the table, and a couple minutes pass of the priest gathering candles, incense, all kinds of material, arraying them around you. Then he turns towards you, Evelyn, as the first. He uncorks a small bottle and splashes some holy water right in your eyes.
Appreciate the warning.
He sits down in front of you, his legs crossed on the floor, and starts just meditating. A minute passes.
Awkward looks back and forth between the three of us.
5 minutes pass.
Mm-hmm.
10 minutes pass. And after 15 or so minutes, you suddenly see his head just sort of moving a little to the side. And then he almost falls over. He catches himself. Oh, sorry about
Right.
that. He produces a large staff from a wardrobe in the corner, holding it right in front of your face. He speaks a few words and removes the curse. You feel as though a weight that's just slowly been weighing you down is lifted. As if you'd been drowning and just suddenly, finally broke through the surface. He repeats the process, meditating and removing the curse on the rest of you as well.
We appreciate your time.
Quite alright if there's anything else with it'd be fine if you leave, just close the door on your way out.
Of course. Head out.
Mm-hmm.
As you head towards the door, you can already see him sort of climb back up onto a cot in the corner and close the door behind you with a loud clack. Meanwhile, Slay, where exactly are you headed?
First for the shops where we bought all the stuff last time. Which I think is on the medium quarters. Because that's a shopping.
No, that is
Lower
also
districts.
on the lowest.
Okay, yeah, then we'll go there.
I believe it's up here
Oh, huh.
in the Forge district.
It's 2 field offices.
Okay. The Emporium. That's where we
Ooh.
go.
Okay. Can you please roll me 5d100s?
Both of us,
Of
or
course I will. Or do you want to roll? Because it's just
one of you.
just clicking.
I think you can do it.
There you go.
Ba-da.
This music feels like home by now.
Exactly my plan.
No, it's the final boss music too.
It would be epic.
That would be kind of a calm fight, not gonna lie.
Just remix it.
Oh yeah, make this end with the organ and the choir,
Gosh.
God.
like the leaden, the leaden singing.
When we go to fight
I
Red.
don't have those kinds of skills, are you insane?
Look, there's
Show
always
you.
Fiverr.
Oh no.
You might have gotten a really good roll.
Yeah, but it's
No,
gonna
actually,
be
no,
way
it's
too
fine, it's fine,
expensive
it's fine,
anyway.
it's fine.
Oh, he
It's
changed.
one off. No, it's two off.
Oh, now I really want to know what it was.
Is it a staff?
Nope,
No.
not that.
Is it a bag of holding?
The Emporium is busy as usual, though the atmosphere here has changed a little as well. You, interestingly enough, see a lot more workers from the Forge strolling around amongst the customers. Taking inventory, you find, the usual array of weapons and armor in silvered adamantium. And you also see for sale a spell scroll, a potion of invisibility, another scroll of protection, a potion of fire giant strength, and lastly a couple of arrows +2.
A couple.
Hmm.
What was the first scroll?
Well, that was a 7th level spell scroll.
Whoa.
Boy.
Holy poop.
Just like an empty one, basically.
Yes.
Okay. We don't
How's
really
that
have a
work?
wizard that can make spell scrolls in our group, right?
No.
maybe Rachel, maybe.
Maybe Reginald.
Yeah, but nothing. Probably I should just randomly buy and hope it works out. Oh.
Right.
So, cause
I'm sure it would cost like 20 copper.
yeah, I mean, are there prices on all these things? Like the potion of invisibility, for example, sounds interesting at least.
So, potion of invisibility would cost only 200 gold.
That's at least a fair price, I guess. But yeah, we're mainly here for firstly to look at some shields. I also wanted to check out for myself to get a studded leather +1 maybe, or some kind of special studded leather, depending on what they have around here.
You see armor in decent variety, but in terms of leather, you don't actually see that much. Most of the armors here are steel and adamantium. Most of them breastplates, half plates, full plates.
So yeah, I'm gonna look out for the guy who sold us the stuff last time.
The merchant who was there last time doesn't seem to be here this time.
Mhm.
You guess that there's probably a rotating shift of sellers.
Okay, then I guess the next best person that looks like a merchant that works here.
Yeah, there is a elf behind the counter.
What's their name and life story?
Well, you haven't asked her, have you?
Nope.
Good day, ma'am.
Good day.
What's your story and your... just kidding.
That's hardly relevant for the sale of weapons and armor.
Well, we've been here a couple of days ago and we bought this. And I show her the rapier +1. And it really isn't of a quality I expected it to be. So I want to return it.
Are you unsatisfied with your purchase?
A little bit, yes.
Well, does the weapon have any deficiencies, or did it break?
No, and I'll show it to her. It just didn't do anything against the enemies we fought.
I mean, have you been using it correctly? I mean, never mind.
We fought the blight.
The blight.
Yes.
Okay. Of course. Well, perhaps then it would be better to seek out the cleansers. I can buy the weapon back, certainly, but
I mean, if you look at it, you can see it's been not used since then. So,
well,
it's,
being made of adamantium, there's even if it had been used more, there probably wouldn't be that many more marks on it.
see, so you can just reverse the deal and it's fine.
Well, there is a non-refund policy. While we do take wares back unless they're not functional or broken, we only buy them back at the regular prices.
What would be a regular price then for this?
Well, that would be 600 for this weapon, so...
Thava, is there anything else you wanted to sell?
I don't think so. I don't do you buy gems? Not.
Only certain gems.
I guess I'll show the 9 gems I got worth 100 gold piece each.
Sorry for that word, by the way. That was not anticipated. You have 9 gems for how much?
Worth 100 gold each. That I found in the airship vault.
Yeah. I'm just thinking.
This is why she didn't take the gold.
I'll give this to you.
Yeah. She take a short look at the gems and. Well, I suppose, yeah, we could cut you a price. I mean, we'd have to get them appraised, but I can give you a decent approximation.
Alright.
So selling 9, and that is. I could offer you around 750 gold for these.
That's alright for me. Okay.
That's not how you do deals.
I'm not good at haggling.
Very well. Is there anything else?
If we did this and also bought something, I think we could talk over the price. Because we need, if possible, 2 formidable shields for our mates.
Well, we have shields available in steel, cold rolled steel. We have some adamantium shields, of course, the most popular. Perhaps some mithril shields.
What is cold rolled steel?
Well, it's simply steel that has been pressed into shape by heavy weight. It
Oh.
holds together stronger.
Hmm.
The adamantium shield would be similar to the weapons, a regular +1 shield.
Anything with some magical effects?
Only the items on sale, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Though we do have a shipment of handy haversacks in the back. However, many of those are already reserved, so...
No.
Were those like...
Take the handy haversack.
Weren't those the bag of holdings light or something? Or what was
Yeah.
the haversack? Yeah, okay. How much would these adamantine shields would be?
that would be 1,000 each.
I think we should try to get the haversack.
Yeah, I'm figuring that out right.
What just ask? Also, wait, but what's the mithril shield equivalent to?
It is just a regular one,
Oh.
but it gives a bonus on proficiency. It's just a lighter shield,
Bonus on
and it has a
So
lower
plus
chance
1
of
to
being
proficiency?
broken.
It just gives a +1 to proficiency, or in general?
It's basically it's easier to learn proficiency with shields.
Oh. Okay.
I see.
So, like, if a wizard wanted a shield, maybe.
Okay, okay.
Ooh. What if, I'd be willing to part with this brooch of shielding, perhaps, for a deal for a haversack?
Check. Well, we have to, of course, make sure it's the genuine article. But if you would like to sell such items, then I could certainly take a look.
I'll take it off and let them inspect it.
Like before, he takes a couple of minutes examining the item, taking it to a back room, and returning a couple of minutes later. Well, we would be willing to buy this item for 4,000 gold, or for 5,000 gold in-store credit.
What about... Could we possibly somehow use it to get the haversack? If you have one extra?
Yeah, how much would a
Oh,
haversack
yeah,
be?
well, a haversack would cost 2,500, so if you traded it directly, you could have two.
Shit.
Do we need to, though?
I mean,
I
They aren't
think one
as
is enough
great
for now.
as a FYI. They have more limitations than a normal.
Yeah,
Bag of
I
holding.
guess for now, I feel like one is good. We
Mhm.
could give that to Red
Well, I mean-
for all the money and stuff.
oh god.
And we can also, like, with the rest of the money, we can, like, buy the 2 shields. And, yeah. And would still have leftovers.
Mhm.
So we should do the store credit.
Store credit?
Because that's 1,000 gold more than, and we can buy everything and still have some leftover.
I think it might actually be worthwhile getting two, but if you think one's enough, then...
I mean,
alright.
we can at some point buy like a real thing, like a real bag of holding, and be happy with one haversack for now.
On a side note, I'm surprised that a haversack is rare quality, but a bag of holding is only uncommon.
Weird.
Good point.
But,
Still cheaper, though.
but yeah, I feel like because that would be like 4,500 for everything, and we would still have 500 in stock credit.
Okay.
So you want to buy the shields as well?
Yeah, sure. And then I would also get like the 600 for the rapier.
Yes, I've already calculated those in. You're taking the money from the gems directly, though, right?
Sure. Maybe?
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Make sure to mark down that you got 7,000.
7,000.
750.
Yeah.
He said
God damn.
7,000.
Added that gold. And then I removed the brooch. Okay.
So we technically still have
500.
1,100 in
Oh.
stock
Store
credit. With
Oh,
the
I thought I took the 600 in cash.
okay, if you took the 600 in cash, then you have
I feel like we should have 500 left in stock credit.
yes.
Can she like give us like proof so we can use it at another point in time? The 500 stock credit. Or
Of course, huh?
because
let
we're
me,
gonna come back at some point, but that's for today is all we need.
Get you a certificate and your purchase for today.
Very
So
good.
we got...
Yeah, 2 shields
So we got 2 shields, and we got
the haversack. Yeah.
What kind of shields do we get?
Plus
Adamantium,
one,
so
plus one.
basically shields plus 1.
Damn.
By any chance, I see, sir, you are using a bow. Perhaps you're interested in some arrows?
How many and which quality are we talking here?
Finely fletched. They have adamantium coated tips. I mean, we have quite a few of them. If you wanted to buy perhaps a pack of 5,
How much would they be?
500.
I'm not using them mainly, so don't think I have that much to spare right now. Especially since I already have. I'm not telling that to the merchant, by the way. But especially since I already have 1 arrow plus 3, so I guess I can use that if necessary. So for now, I'm fine for now. Thank you, madam. But you could
Very well.
you could answer me one question, please. You see I'm wearing less metal and more leather armor. Would you know where I could get some high quality leather armor?
Well, there are high qualities in terms of leather. Unfortunately, quite the rarity in Polythreme. You'll be certainly paying upwards. Polythreme very much is a city of steel, and well, you can certainly find some specialty vendors, but well, since you said quality, I'm afraid that there might not be that much for you in Polythreme.
God damn it! I remember last time I got an offer for one, and now there isn't any more.
You could certainly put in the order for us to look out for one.
Bet you they have leather armor and
In
Antarctica.
Antarctica.
I hate you.
You think they'd have armor in Antarctica?
I'm gonna make myself a deer armor with a deer hide. We can.
Turn to the bird.
Well then, thank you for the information.
She packs together your purchases, and yeah, you have a handy haversack, 2 adamantium shields, 2 shields plus 1,
Nice.
and some money.
Mm.
You receive a certificate stamped with a golden seal detailing that you have in-store credit of 500 gold pieces.
Nice.
Store credit 500 gold.
Should I let the others know how we did?
What did you say?
Should I let the others know how we did on the shopping trip?
I don't think it's necessary. We just wanted to ask them if we had any questions for them. If they had
Oh.
would have had any special kind of offer here, but it seems like today is not as interesting as last time.
That's true.
So yeah, we can move on.
Okay,
To the
you got rid of your curses, and shopping for now at
venerable.
least is concluded. I would say, before we keep going, that this is probably a good time to end for today. I can already no longer speak, as you might have realized.
So yeah, you were welcome. I went shopping for myself and ended up shopping for everyone else.
And we got
Time. Is. They're interesting, but don't put anything sharp in them.
Really?
Yeah.
I gotta read it.
Don't put anything too heavy in them either.
Yeah.
Oh,
It'll tear.
Pierces it or tears it? Well, isn't the